Alright, where were we? Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is Saturday, December 23rd, 2023. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are back for more windy arrivals in the wake of Storm Pia. The gift that keeps on giving. Third day now that it's been a very windy day over here at Schiphol Airport. Winds blowing from the west. You'd think it had quieted down by now, but it's still very breezy. A321 from Air France, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1240. Everybody is doing well. Hope nobody in Europe has been blown away by Pia. Good morning to JD, Kurt TV, Hans, Nicolo, Kiwines, BN Dutch, Jinshin, Koen, Marja, John, Andre, Art, Gosse, Austrian Wolf, Peter, Harman, Edward. Good morning to you all. Hope everybody is doing well. Do let me know if the voiceover is too soft. In hindsight, the day before yesterday, I could have turned up the volume of the voiceover one notch or maybe even more. I did do that just now before going live, so I hope everything is nice and balanced. Evan, my man, good morning. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Got a thick rubber band around the brick and around my laptop, so I think the laptop will not be going anywhere today. Unlike the potty loo, by the way, which was here the day before yesterday, and as I was walking up here, you cannot see it, but it is in the water just in the left side of the corner, so the potty loo did not. Oh, and there's a grebe diving under, coots and ducks as well. The holy trinity of water birds is with us today. And this is Delta Airlines flight 136. As you guys can see, A359 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Flight time 6 hours 49 minutes. 4-year-old airplane, first flight February 2019. And welcome one and all, those of you who have joined us just now. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody did their Christmas shopping. I know in the Netherlands, if you were to go to the grocery store today, it is going to be hell on earth, crowded. I imagine that's everywhere in the world. Mario, Daniel, Richard, Georgios, Soler, good morning one and all. Khalid, goedemorgen. Monique, goedemorgen. Martijn, I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. Apologies if I did forget somebody. So it's still very much windy from the west. picture wise, it should stay dry. All radars and weather services indicate it should stay dry in this part of the Netherlands in the upcoming hours. I did come with my rain cover over the camera, but looking also as it got lighter, the way the clouds look, also all the radar confirming it's going to stay dry, so I took it off. Hopefully I made the right choice doing that. So we should in theory be not seeing any rain today. Still a lot of wind. In terms of quads, already a few 747s have landed. There are 2 more underway. The Emirates A380 also expected still, and we are also awaiting the A340 from Surinam, which is going to be the first quad, the first next quad to arrive. Roberto, Luis, Matthijs, Jinshin, Hans, Eva, good morning. Green Tea God, good morning. Mr. Donnelly, Sir Jeremiah, good morning to you too, my friend. Hope all is well. Thank you so much for that super chat, Jerry. Jerry says, I wish you and all a windy Christmas and a crabbing New Year glide slope with Santa. Well, definitely later today, Santa is going to go out again. Watch for ho 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 on flight radar. So 2 male ducks and 1 male and female duck by the looks of it. Yeah. The Grieb and the Koets seem to have gone back to McDonald's. Die Infinity, goedemorgen. Now, next up is Air Baltic flight 617 arriving from Riga. BCS3 Bombardier C Series 3. That's how this airplane type began its life. These days they are called A220-300s. So similar to the day before yesterday, the pilots are landing into headwind mostly. You can see the wind is blowing almost directly towards us. This is parallel to the runway. This is looking to the west. This is a good with tailwind and wind in the tail. Another good over there. Now we did just now see a Grieb. It dove under as soon as I put the camera to it. Obviously, not seeing it anymore. Hope that we might get to see it again. Glide slope shots also. Visibility is better at least than it was the day before yesterday. Maybe we can use this moment to have a quick peek at what is going on right now. So, at the moment, this is the big picture in terms of quads coming to Schiphol. The first to arrive, now flying in the vicinity of London, is the A340-300 from Surinam. Expected at 10:25, so in half an hour from now. The Emirates A380 over the Black Sea, followed by a China Airlines Cargo 74400, and there's also still one Atlas Air arriving from Almaty, expected towards 2:30. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stick around until then, but at least these three we will get to see. Maybe if the weather is favorable, we could also see the other one. Now, in the meantime, BA is landing. You can see the wind is still very much blowing from the west, still 26 knots, 604 it says, no ceiling, 10 plus kilometers of visibility, few clouds at 1800 feet and scattered clouds at 2300 feet, 10 degrees Celsius or roughly 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And in the meantime, a big thank you to Jinshin for a very generous super chat. Thank you so much, Jinshin. Jinshin writes, "Goods, Merry Christmas, boy." Jinshin, thank you so much for your very generous super chat, and Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. Obviously, it's not Christmas yet, and we still have a nice stream, hopefully nice stream ahead of us. But for those of you who I won't be speaking any more after today, Merry Christmas to you and yours. The goods still over here. Reeb, I don't know. Is that over there? No, those are the ducks. Right, let's focus back on the business at hand. The airplanes. Next up, KLM flight 1164, Boeing 737-800. Arriving from Helsinki, Finland. Par for the course, 2 hours and 6 minutes of flight time. That is average for Helsinki, Amsterdam. Airplane is 4 years old, first flight March 2019. Now, departures today take place from runways 24 and from 36 center. At least that was the case when I checked just now before going live. Over there we are looking at the cargo area, the south side. See a KLM cargo, Qatar cargo, banana. More KLM, but these are all queuing to depart from the Cargolux runway 24. EasyJet now lined up. Hadi Rudolf, goedemorgen. Good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well. Wendy, goedemorgen. Hope all is well. Probably a bit drizzly over in the north, or is it dry there as well? Merry Christmas to each and every one of you already, if we don't speak after today. Now, 2 airplanes visible, and the one in the foreground on the right is KLM flight 1838, returning from Vienna. Boeing 737-800, flight time 1 hour 44 minutes. 23-year-old airplane, first flight November 2000. Extensive, actually. Okay, about the same in terms of weather in the north as it is over here, Bendy says. Well, as you guys can see, it is overcast, but looking to the west, actually looks like there are a few openings. That definitely looks like a speck of open sky. This is also where the wind is coming from, so Wouldn't be surprised if we might get a speck of sunshine later, however brief it might be. Now, the goods seem to be wanting to keep me company, which I very much appreciate. Always nice to have good company. Lord knows the goods are damn well good company. Right, I think this is going to be the first heavy of the show today. Arriving from Johannesburg, KLM flight 592 777-300 ER, flight time 10 hours and 36 minutes. The PHP VVI. 11 years old, first flight June 2012. Nick spielt Zoo 2. Guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. And Rookie Scott asks, is it still windy? Yes, it is. To my surprise as well, still windy today. That's the third day in a row that Pia is bouncing on the Dutch dikes and waters and people. Cargolux Italia B744, which I'm assuming is going to take off shortly. Lana asks, when are you back again? Because I like your stream. Well, Lana, it very much depends on the weather. If tomorrow the weather allows me to go out, I will go out tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I am able to make it tomorrow. I think the weather forecast for tomorrow is not that great. I have no plans for Christmas Day, so if the weather is good, I might go out either on Christmas Day or on Boxing Day, or maybe both, I don't know. Normally speaking, I would go out Thursdays through Sundays if the weather allows me to go out. If the weather was shit on the previous days and I wasn't able to stream often, but Mondays the weather is good, I might also go out on a Monday occasionally, but I strive to go out only on Thursday through Sunday. But it's always dependent on the weather, because particularly this time of year, that is very much determining if it is doable or not. Stubby 737-700, I should say, returning from Venezia. Crackling in the sound. Right, well, let's have a look then. Let's do an inspection of the as far as I can tell over here, everything should be working normally. Could also be the restart of the DJI mic transmitter. That might also help. So, checked all the cables. I did a restart of the DJI mic, the voice over transmitter. Do let me know if things have improved or if they're still crackling. Embraer 175 KLM flight 1270 returning from Poland. Rookie Scott says seems better. Better. Okay, well, keep me posted, guys. Let's see, could it be something else? Not really. Cables. Just doing another double check of the cables and everything, but everything seems to be attached as is the case normally, so okay, it's okay now. Okay, well, let me know if it goes south again. Might have been a case of needing to restart the DJI mic transmitter. Seems that is the weak spot in the audio configuration of my current setup. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1924, Boeing 737-700, arriving from Geneva. Flight time 1 hour 23 minutes, 14-year-old airplane. First flight November 2009. Hadi Han, goedemorgen. Han says sound is good now, but it sounded like a bad contact. Well, I hope it stays that way. If it's returning, do let me know. A lot of cables and a lot of contacts, so might be that one wasn't optimally low placed or got loose, perhaps. It is still windy after all, even though I have everything secured safely. And there is that Queen that we saw, the Cargolux Italia. So this is Cargolux Italia going to Milan, Boeing 747-400, 19 years old, first flight April 2004. Howdy Ronald, morning. Let's quickly return to the Flying AMS Live logo that is next to land. It is Air Canada flight 808. Visiting the Netherlands from Toronto, Canada. This airplane, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, has been flying for 6 hours and 33 minutes as we speak. 9 years old, first flight October 2014. Just look at how high those wings are and how quickly they drop once the spoilers go up. Also a big thank you to Lana for your super sticker with the pair character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Ah, thank you so much for that virtual cup of coffee, Lana. Thank you so much. Cup of coffee. Well, I've had a couple before going out, but don't have any with me. Now, there's always a spot in the vicinity where you can go to in case of caffeine needs or calorie needs. Right, Emirates Sky Cargo up next. This is flight 9914 returning from Aguadilla. 7 hours and 39 minutes of flight time. It's a 777 freighter, 10 years old. First flight October 2013. Merry Christmas to Nick and to Klaus. Harry, good morning. Norbert, goedemorgen. Well, definitely more open over there, and the wind is bringing those clouds over here, although it does also looking at the clouds, that the wind at higher levels might be coming from this direction. Either way, it does look brighter to the west than it does to the east. Two more airplanes coming this way. Hey there, Tom Boss. Hadi Daniel, goedemorgen kerel. Our next airplane is from Lot, arriving from Warsaw. It is a Boeing 737-800, flight 265, flight time 1 hour and 55 minutes. The airplane 18 years old, first flight March 2005. Good morning and welcome to the show, everybody who tuned in later. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing at the Buitenvelderbaan runway 0927, the same runway that was in use yesterday and the day before yesterday. PIA, although officially no longer in the Netherlands, is still providing significant wind here today. Has been for 3 days now. You can see the windsock mostly erect. Wind was blowing from the west initially. It does seem that it is varying between west and northwest a little bit. Which causes quite a few ripples in the water still. It doesn't deter the coots from swimming though. So kudos to the coots for doing that. AMS Live logo up next. TUI flight 370 returning from Willemstad, Curaçao. Boeing 787-8. Flight time 8 hours 17 minutes. Hey there, Preacher, good morning. And Donatello says, Duck is just taxiing. Absolutely. Coasting along. This Dreamliner is 9 years old. First flight was in May 2014. It's one of the 3 Dutch registered Dreamliners from TUI. Nice little wheelie. as today. And indeed, Jerry, that is a very much a Where's Waldo windsock. But aren't they always white and red? BizJet taking off from runway 22. Now, is that Max Verstappen? Donatello asks, does Surinam still come to AMS or is it all KLM now? No, it definitely is still coming to AMS. In fact, we are awaiting its arrival. Shouldn't take too long anymore. Checked on flight radar, what was it? 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and it was in the vicinity of London then, so it should be over the North Sea somewhere now, approaching Dutch airspace. The Surinam Airways A343 is very much underway and expected, I think, in 10 or so minutes from now. Another Air Baltic A220, this one arriving from Vilnius. Hadi Lane, goedemorgen. Fred, good morning, good evening to you. Already the day has passed by for the most part down under. Always, if you think about it, weird talking about different times of day. Anyway, oh, I didn't know that, Jerry, that there were other colors for windsocks. So at Portland Airport, orange and black. Cool. Over here, everything airport related seems to be red and white. Windsocks, ILS sheds, for lack of a better term. Right, well, a better term for this is China Southern Cargo Flight 2579, arriving from Chongqing, which I probably mispronounced. China 777 freighter, flight time 10 hours 19 minutes. Merry Christmas to you too, Harry. You have a good one as well. But not before looking a bit further at all the incoming traffic. Watching, I should say, not looking, watching. What's that? My mic and my ears picked up the sound of a spooling up airplane, but I think that must be from center. Oh yeah, there is something moving over there. Donatello asks, how fluffy is your microphone filter? Well, fluffy. This is Swiss flight 724, another Bombardier C series, or at least that's how it began life. A220-300 is what they are called today, returning from Zurich, or I should say visiting from Zurich. Flight time 1 hour and 24 minutes. Pretty sure you're absolutely right in that it sounds windy. It is windy. Still 3 days in a row. Storm Pia causing a lot of westerly wind over here. Right, next up is KLM flight 777, which of course is not a 777, but an A330-300 returning from piece of shit, Port of Spain. Flight time 8 hours 13 minutes. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight March 2012. Now, where is that A340? The A340 is flying downwind, west of me, to the left of me I should say. But I think it is flying above the clouds, so we won't be able to pick it up, because it is at what altitude? 7,000 feet. Yeah, that's above the clouds, unfortunately. And yes, John, that is one erect windsock. A lot of Viagra in the air for the last 3 days. Non-stop erections of the windsock. Hey there, Navy Jack, good morning. Yeah, well, I could entertain you with getting the windsock from the mic, and this is what it sounds like without the fluffy unit. I'm quickly going to put it back on again for you guys, so at least some of the wind noise is mitigated. The Surinam A340 is flying downwind and is expected in several minutes from now. Jerry says, sounds like my ass. Well, it doesn't smell like licorice here, so it does smell differently than your ass then, and your farts. Right, well, enough of the potty talk, I think, for now. This is a Dreamliner 10, a 787-10 Dreamliner KLM flight 741, returning from Cartagena. Down just now after 9 hours and 6 minutes of flight. The airplane 3 years old, first flight August 2020. And oddly enough, today I am able to see the flight time even after the airplane has touched down. Very inconsistent, the flight radar app. Johnny says, I wonder if there is any catfish in that little canal behind you. I have no clue, mate. I do believe that there are fish over there. If there are catfish over there, I haven't the faintest idea. There's definitely fish in the waters, but what kind, I have no idea. Right. Time to get some sun in. Well, at least in the name of Sun Express. Our next airplane, Boeing 737-800, returning from Antalya, Turkey. 4 hours and 37 minutes on the way to get here thus far. This airplane is 8 years old, began flying in June 2015. And there should be an A220 from Air France, yeah, left of it, far left. That's number 2, just past where I used to live, in the area of Amsterdam, southeast. Johnny is saying, come on Delta, show up. Normally speaking, in the mornings we would see several Delta A330s and A350s arriving from the United States. Not sure how many have landed already, but normally speaking we should see a couple. So be patient. I hope all will be good for the Delta fans. Johnny asks if I ever met any local fans before. Well, on several occasions actually. In fact, last week Evelyn was also at the runway I was streaming from, and one of our regular viewers, Gerrit, who lives not too far away, particularly during the summer months, if the weather is favorable, he steps on his bicycle and also comes visit. So on several occasions I have met fans real life, sometimes even coming from the United States and being able to film their landing or their return flight. The infamous flight from Yunus, who was in a Delta A330 in business with no less than 3 lights torched, 3 windows with a light, and he was waving with one of the 3 lights. That was tremendous. Not sure when it was again, I think it was somewhere in August or something. You can see which stream it was by looking at the thumbnail. If you want to see it, definitely worth looking back. 3 mother effing lights from a Delta A330. And since then the bar has been raised. One flashlight no longer is enough. What is up, Alan? Good morning, you legend. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. Hope you're doing well, Big Al. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is an airplane with 5 APUs or 4 blow dryers and an APU, depending on which way you look at it. It is now the number 4 worldwide most tracked by 484 people, returning from Paramaribo, Surinam Airways Flight 994, an Airbus A340-300. Took 8 hours and 46 minutes to get from Paramaribo to where it is right now, and this airplane is 15 years old. Began flying in April of the year 2008. And I believe it is the only A340 that still regularly visits Amsterdam. We do sometimes see A340s from different operators, but this is the one consistently coming to Amsterdam on a regular basis. And John aptly remarks, more hair dryers than a salon. Absolutely right, my man. Donatello asks if the meter in the ticker is current. Well, it almost certainly isn't. I don't update it each half hour as the meter gets updated each half hour. You can rest assured that the wind has not changed significantly in direction or speed. That much I can tell you. KLM bus also stops here, looking like an airplane. You might be thinking, what the F is he talking about? I hope it's going to stay there, because I'm not going to pan to the left to show you right away. But I hope they stick around until after the landing and then I can show you. KLM bus looking like an airplane. And a big wheelie to boot. Now, have a look at this KLM bus, which I was referring to just now. Looks like an airplane. I haven't seen that before. Looks like it might be guiding tours or something. Right, Surinam vacating the runway. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 56, an A330neo returning to Amsterdam from Salt Lake City. This airplane is underway now for 8 hours and 50 minutes. That's also what it looks like, Navy Jack, a prison bus, absolutely. Now, the A330neo, 3 years old, first flight March 2020. Application of the reverse thrust. Windsock again pointing directly towards us, westerly wind. Oh, and it is driving off again. Driving on biofuel. I believe it said something as it will bring you free from Arnhem, which is in the east of the country, to Amsterdam or something like that. But I was trying to show you, but then it drove off. Better luck next time. Now, Mr. Donnelly, thank you so much for just now gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Jerry. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. And if you just were the recipient of one of the 10 memberships that Jerry just now gifted, don't forget to say thank you to Jerry. Jerry, once again, thank you so much, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. Feel free to use the custom emojis at your disposal whenever you feel like it. Welcome one and all. Next up, another AMS Live logo. Aero Mexico Flight 25, Boeing 7878, coming from Mexico City. Flight time 9 hours 46 minutes. This Dreamliner began flying in October 2013, making it 10 years old. Good morning, Guy. Good to see you again. Hope all is well over there in Luxembourg. And Monique says that the KLM bus is part of KLM service you can book also to pick you up from home. Excellent. I thought it said something like that on the tin. And Monique is confirming that. Thank you so much for that, Monique. Our next airplane is in the Sky Team livery. It's KLM flight 1352, returning from the Czech Republic, from Prague. Embraer 190. Will it be Captain Wheelie? That's the question whenever we see an Embraer 190 from KLM. Flight time 1 hour 25 minutes. This airplane, 11 years old in total, began flying in April 2012. There's an Austrian A320neo somewhere behind it. Not as closely behind it as I thought it would be based on what I see on flight radar. That is not Captain Wheelie on board. He is not the pilot flying. But that is the reversers that you heard. The Delta A330neo taxiing. And what I also saw was Singapore getting pushed back. A glimpse. Returning to Singapore. What is it? Flight 323, if I recall correctly. The Fokker 100 at the Panorama Rooftop Terrace over there. If you're ever in the vicinity of Schiphol Airport, particularly if you have children, do go and visit. You can even enter it, have a look inside. Absolutely highly recommended. It's publicly accessible, it's not airside, so even if you are in the country and want to visit Schiphol Airport, you don't have to go through customs to go to that Panorama Rooftop Terrace and visit the Fokker 100 that is there. This is Austrian flight 371 A320neo coming to Amsterdam from Vienna. Flight time 1 hour 49 minutes. A brand new neo, began flying in May this year. Big thank you to Lana for a very generous super sticker. Per character dancing under a rain of confetti and taking his hat off to say you are amazing. Thank you so much for that, Lana. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Now, Matthijs says we have some mic cracks again. Absolutely no idea where that is coming from. are in place. Over here, HDMI, all the cables to the computer, the switcher, everything seems to be perfectly normal over here. Now everything is tight as can be, it's all completely normal. Let's just restart the DJI mic then. All the connectors are tight as can be. The only thing I can think of doing is restart the wireless connection. Hope things are better again. Let me know if it goes south again. Right, let's see. KLM flight 1340 up next, Embraer 190. Relocation flight by the looks of it from Rotterdam to Amsterdam. Measly 15 minutes of flight time, which is unsurprising. The airplane 5 years old, first flight February 2018. Well, again folks, not a single connection is loose, nothing is rambling, nothing is unstuck or anything, so I have no idea what is causing it. Apologies for the bad sound on occasion. Do keep me noted if it happens again. In the meantime, also a helicopter is passing or approaching from behind. The police helicopter, which I think will land in the background of where the airplane is now landing. Arnick says you solved the audio cracks. Well, in that case, I think it is it's a matter of restarting the wireless connection. Police helicopter. I'm not sure if it's going to land, but normally it does land at the general aviation part of the platform. And even in New Zealand, Maria says sound is better again. Great, well, keep me posted folks, keep me posted. Look at the EasyJet Airbus. Flat landing, hardly any flare. And look at the sky in the background. It is opening up here and there, even though it doesn't look like a lot of openings. It's definitely not the worst we've seen. The helicopter is in fact landing. Unfortunately, there's always this sound barrier, I think it is, for when they do engine test runs. That is in the foreground and is blocking the view most of the time. Well, oh no, wait. When it air taxis to its parking spot, that's immediately behind it. It will land over there, or at least wheels, it can taxi on the ground. Yeah, air taxiing just above the ground, probably then to its parking place. Yeah. Now, I am going back to the business at hand, the air traffic over here, because we have KLM flight 758 returning from Panama City, 787-10 Dreamliner, about to touch down after 9 hours and 26 minutes of flight. A 4-year-old Dreamliner began flying in December 2019, so celebrating its 4th birthday this month. Double whammy, little bit of a wheelie and the reversers were being applied. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like. This is looking to the west, this is where the wind is blowing from. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the east where the airplanes are coming from. And this is, well, almost to the north. There's also somebody standing next to me photographing, and I'm not sure if they want their picture in the stream, so be careful with that. Right, Finnair flight 1301 A321 coming to Amsterdam from Helsinki, standard livery. Flight time par for the course, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Ten-year-old airplane. Began flying in December 2013. Adi Gerrit, goedemorgen. Airwolf has to step back for work. Well, thanks for joining, Airwolf. Merry Christmas if I won't catch you before then. And if I do see you before then I'll see you soon. Now, before the next airplane approaches, you can see that the Singapore Dream A350 is on the move to the runway threshold of runway 24. .737 taking off just now. So picking up on spooling up. Is that? I think it might be the GE90s of this triple that are spooling up. Issues with the chat again, not seeing the messages being updated. Always if I press on a message or scroll a little bit to read the entire message when it's a bit longer, the chat window freezes. This beautiful specimen of an A320 Bulgaria Air visiting Amsterdam from Sofia. Took 3 hours and 17 minutes to get here. 9 years old in total. First flight February 2014. Coots are still here. One over there and the other one just dove under. Did a creep on me. Probably will reappear somewhere. Oh, now the other one is also under, and the one that dove under just now has re-emerged again. Right, EasyJet returning from Bristol, A320. Let me see if I can update the let's see. Let me first see if I can fix the chat again. If the messages are too long and I have to scroll a little bit to the left or to the right, then what happens is that my chat window freezes and they are no longer being updated. Let's see, is this the last message? I think I have it working again. Yes, I believe I can see all the messages again. Johnny asks, do I go live the entire day or part of the day? Always part of the day. So for today's stream I'm not yet sure, depending on the weather. At least I want to stick out until the A380 and the 747 behind it have arrived. There is another 747 expected around 2:20 or so. Not yet sure if I'm going to stick around until then. Our next airplane, as you guys can see, is a flying AMS Live logo. It is Air Europa flight 1091. Returning from Madrid, 7878 Dreamliner, 2 hours and 12 minutes underway. 6 years flying in total, began in February 2017. Crackling mic again, okay. Restarting the voiceover mic transmitter did resolve it thus far. So I just restarted the DJI mic. Has that made an improvement? How's the mic now? How's the audio, folks? No more crackle. Well, in that case, Bina, I think you are wrong, and the mic cracking is the vocal mic, because restarting the transmitter seems to resolve it each time it occurs. I have absolutely no idea why it is happening. Let me know if it does come back again. Right, Embraer 190 from KLM, returning from Düsseldorf, KLM flight 1854, short flight 37 minutes, 14-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. Bina says I've been wrong before. Same here, you live, you learn. and you learn from your mistakes. So the more mistakes you make, the smarter you become eventually. Mother fudging. There was a grebe here just now, but it dove under as soon as I tried to point the camera to it, as is typical for grebes. Keeping it field of view a bit zoomed out. I am waiting for its re-emergence. There it is. They are able to swim substantial distances underwater, the grebes. Just happy to see that ducks, grebes and coots are still in the vicinity of Schiphol. Not alongside the canal, not in the canal alongside Polderbaan though, but that's okay. And Rookie Scott says it might not be the mic, it could be the matrix glitching. That is absolutely true, could be. Then the question, it does beg the question, what kind of special matrix portal is my DJI mic transmitter then? If I'm able to get the glitching to stop by just rebooting that microphone. Does my DJI mic hold special powers over the matrix? Huh, interesting. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like looking out to where the wind is blowing from. You can see definitely some more openings at the horizon, on the horizon, gradually coming this way. Departures from 24 in progress. That would be a triple. You can still see the tail. Well, there you go, 3 towers, one view. The old tower is the one in the center of the field of view, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, the right one is the main tower. EasyJet flight 25281, returning from Berlin. A320, flight time 1 hour and 10 minutes, 7-year-old airplane, first flight October 2016. JWB is just checking in. Any good go-arounds? Any good arounds today? No good arounds, unfortunately. At least not while I have been here. The wind is blowing from the west. They are landing from the east to the west, so it's mostly headwind today. Also, indeed, Jerry, no flare, hardly any flaring today from most, but then again also a couple of wheelies that I did not expect to see. Remarkable day, all in all. History Haven says Corendon A350 in 30 minutes. That's good news. Always nice to see that one. The hybrid livery. World to Fly, I believe, is the rental company they rented it from. Their logo is still on the engine casings and on the tail. You have the Corendon logo on the fuselage. Now this beautiful specimen is Air Serbia flight 360, an A320 coming to Amsterdam from Belgrade. Took 2 hours and 43 minutes to get to where it is right now. And it is Lievil. Is that little Will? Registry. registration. Now, good thing you mentioned the METAR, Bina. I think it is time that we should update the ticker once again. Let's have a look, shall we? So let's do a refresh of the METAR, and it does say gusts, so 26 knot wind, gusts to 37 knots, not unlike it was on the storm day itself 2 days ago. 11 degrees Celsius, 4,300 feet ceiling, and visibility 10 kilometers or more below the ceiling. Let's do a refresh. Right, so at the moment it's just runway 24 being used for the departures, and this is runway 27. We are standing right here alongside the only runway being used for arrivals. A380 is underway, still in, that is, Romanian airspace. ETA 1 p.m. local time, that's in 2 hours from now. Behind it we have a 747-400 coming from Mumbai, 15 minutes behind it, and there is also another, or at least there was initially, there was a 747 also over here flying from Almaty to Amsterdam, which I'm now no longer seeing. Interesting. Right, let me also paste the METAR that I showed you just now and paste it into the ticker for you guys, and also update runway usage. So departures no longer take place from 36C, it's just runway 24 for out and 27 for in. Right, there we go. Goedemorgen Nico and all other viewers who have joined the show. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is still windy, even though Storm Pia has already passed by. It's in its wake. We have windy conditions for the third day in a row now. Wind blowing from the west mostly. 26 knots with gusts up to 37, sorry. Making this the only runway being used for arrivals. This is Vueling flight 8300 arriving from Barcelona. It's an A321. What did I do now? Press something on flight radar instead of swiping. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight July 2016. Now despite the windy conditions, it is opening up a little bit. It's getting a bit more bright over here, which is nice. We're also seeing tow traffic. A330 being brought back to the gate from one of the maintenance hangars that you see in the background over there. That's where all the maintenance takes place. So it's windy, it doesn't, where is it, more to the left, it doesn't deter the coots and the grebe, and also some ducks that we saw earlier from being out and about. There is the other one, nibbling on a little bit of grass over there. Dutch grass is infamous, of course. Best quality, or at least that has been the case for a while. Not sure how much longer that is going to be the case. Visualization of the wind, you can see the windsock over there. Wind is blowing from the west, also sometimes a bit northwest, so mostly headwind, a little bit of crosswind. on occasion. I believe that there are ducks over there. Yeah. Now we did have a potty loo over here on the ground earlier 2 days ago, and as I was walking up, and that's along the cycling path that you see over here, over there in the water, and unfortunately the grass in the foreground prevents us from being able to see it from over here, but the potty loo actually is now submerged for the most part in the water. And here is another Vueling airplane, A320, flight 8365, coming to Amsterdam from Malaga. 2 hours and 49 minutes of flight time, and a 14-year-old airplane. Again, flying in November 2009. Feliz Navidad, Kevo. Alright, next up, BizJet, VistaJet, arriving from London Luton. Embraer Legacy 650. Flight time 49 minutes, which is within the range of normal. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight October 2019. Goedemorgen, Pieter PDK, goedemorgen, Ben, goedemorgen, all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, good morning to you too. Merry Christmas already. It's not Christmas yet, but might be the last time we speak to each other before Christmas. I'm not sure what the weather is going to be like tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I think tomorrow at least it's not going to be that great, so not sure if I'm going to go out tomorrow, maybe Sunday. No, wait, tomorrow is Sunday. It's another triple coming this way. It is a 777-200 ER KLM flight 644 returning from New York JFK, where this airplane departed from 6 hours and 19 minutes ago. It's a 20-year-old airplane, celebrated its 20th birthday last month in November. Again, flying in November 2003. The PHBQC. And after that we are going to see a MAX 8 from Icelandair, flight 506. Wondering if that is the first of two. Lately we have seen Icelandair send over 2 MAX 8s. Often closely behind one another. Right, 2 airplanes on the glide slope. And it looks like a Queen is ready to take off from runway 24. Let's have a look. That would be an all-white Atlas Air, flight 8209, going to Seoul. It's going soul searching. A 16-year-old airplane. And glad you're liking it, Wilma. Always nice to have you on the stream. Hope all is well. 747 that we are soon going to see appear, having taken off from runway 24. 16 years old, first flight December 2007. There she is. Hey there, Tiger! Tiger 74, herzlich willkommen! Good to see you again, hope all is well. Goedemorgen, Mr. Drew Gambino. Or did I already say hi to you? I think I did already say hi to you. You've been watching for quite a while now. Icelandair Max 8 landing. Flight 506. 2 hours and 30 minutes it took this airplane to get here. 1-year-old, nearly turning 2. Oops, turning 2 in February. Hey there, Wagner. Good morning. Tuning in all the way from Brazil. Welcome to the show, mate. Hope everybody is having a good time. If you are having a good time, drop a like if you haven't done so already. My hands are getting a little bit cold, so I think it is time now to start enabling the gloves and the hand warmer. There we go. Yes, that's better. All the heated goodies are now heating. And ladies and gentlemen, get out your playtime emojis because it is that time again. The Play A321 Neo arriving from Reykjavik, flight 460. Bit bouncy. The loudest of landings. Touchdown after 2 hours and 26 minutes, approximately the same flight time as the Icelandair before it. This airplane 5 years old, first flight January 2018. Right, let's quickly turn back because there's a 777 coming. KLM flight 836 up next. Coming home from Singapore, which is arguably one of the furthest destinations you can fly directly to and from Amsterdam. This airplane has been flying on this flight now for 13 hours and 47 minutes. Nearly 14 hours, ladies and gentlemen. It already was airborne before I went to bed yesterday evening, I think. Let's see, yeah. Well before then. It's a 777-300ER, 15 years old, first flight March 2008. Hey there Amelie, hey there Arjan. Naori, good morning. All other folks who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're over here at the Buitenveldbaan runway 0927. Once again, the only runway being used for arrivals. We have wind still pounding away. Third day in a row, post Pia madness, the storm that keeps on giving. As you can see, the windsock is erect and blowing. The wind is blowing towards us. Our next airplane is approaching. United Airlines 7878 Dreamliner flight 909, arriving from Chicago O'Hare. Took this airplane 7 hours and 11 minutes to get to where it is right now. 10 years old, first flight December 2013. Seems to be a very popular month for airplanes to begin flying. Okay, the audio glitching is back. Apologies for the audio. I have absolutely no idea why this is happening. I've checked all the connections countless of times and each time everything is still secured safely, so no idea why this is happening. I've restarted the microphone once again. I hope that took care of it. This is KLM flight 598, another 777-300ER, this one arriving from Cape Town. Flight time 11 hours and 22 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in May 2009. Right, well, everybody keeps saying it is a wire. I bet if it is a wire, then why does the crackling go away whenever I reset the wireless connection? Please tell me, because I fail to understand how a wire can stop crackling if I reset a wireless connection. Help help me solve this issue, because I am very sorry that it keeps happening. All the wires seem to be firmly attached, so do tell me if it is a wire, how it can be a wire, and where I need to look to, because all the wires are fully connected, nothing is loose, nothing is rumbling, and it keeps going away whenever I reset the wireless connection. So help me out here. I want to solve this for you guys. I'm bothered by it, but I don't know. You guys are giving me a wireless wire. Ah, that's it, Koen. Right, next up is a very nice looking airplane, looking on flight radar. Platoon Aviation. Looks like it's coming from London Biggin Hill. Flight time 57 minutes. A Pilatus PC-24. 1-year-old airplane. First flight February 2022. I'm fully zoomed in with the optical zoom already. It's just a very small airplane. Well, Bina, if it is radio interference, I have no idea what the source would be, because nothing in my setup is different from what it normally is. So I have no idea what it is then. Lana, no, the laptop did not damage anything, because the connections already fell loose before it fell onto the ground, and the audio last Thursday was good even after the laptop had fallen, so cannot be related to the fall. Otherwise you would have heard it on Thursday as well, since the laptop fell. That is not the case. Well, talking about a matrix-like livery, no need to zoom out on this one. Warren says, could it be moisture? Well, I don't know what is making it moist then, because it is dry over here, and it was dry on Thursday as well, so nothing got wet in the meantime. Hey there, Mrs. Professor! Merry Christmas to you too! You caught the replay. It was a record. 1,000+ likes, absolutely. Alrighty, well, let's see. Our next airplane is KLM flight 767, which obviously is not a 767 as you guys can see, but an A330-300, returning from Bonaire, which is south of Nepal. 8 hours and 52 minutes of flight time, 11 years old, first flight February 2012. Things continue to open up by the looks of it. Platoon Pilatus is... where is it? Oh, still a bit further to the right. On its way back to the general aviation parking area, where we also saw the helicopter from the police land earlier. You can see quite a few biz jets over there. Not sure, is that Maxus? The tri-jet in the center, looks a bit black. Has he come over to celebrate the holidays in the Netherlands? I don't know, could be. Wouldn't be surprised. In the meantime, Flying Pigs, Pegasus, A321neo arriving from Istanbul. Up next, flight 1251. Interestingly, this airplane has flown now for 4 hours and 12 minutes. Normally speaking, Istanbul to Amsterdam is roughly 3 hours, so I have no idea why it took so long, or maybe if the clock started ticking already before taking off. The moment they got pushed back or something. Jerry asks, what is the difference between general and sergeant aviation? Good question. Maybe an airplane from platoon? I don't know. Three airplane glide slope shot over here. In the foreground we have Qatar flight 275 arriving from Doha, 777-300 ER, 7 hours and 9 minutes underway to get here. The airplane 10 years old, first flight April 2013. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Still over here at runway 0927, being used as runway 27 as the only runway for arrivals today. Thus far, that has been the case. Wind is still blowing from the west, sorry. And we see the PHBVD 777 in the SkyTeam livery taxiing to the threshold of runway 24, which is currently the only runway being used for arrivals. For departures, keep messing up things. This is Transavia flight 6610, a 737-700 returning from Innsbruck. Took a bit longer than normal to get to where it is right now, 1 hour and 44 minutes on average. Normally speaking, Innsbruck Amsterdam is about an hour and 15 or 20 or so minutes. This airplane is 20 years old already, began flying in March 2003. And flat, hardly any flare. As we've seen very often today. Mr. Jackson, Merry Christmas, good to see you. Lance, good morning. Good to see you too, mate, hope all is well. The difference is major incompetence and private parts. Oh, sorry. Almost forgot. Hope you're all doing well. The days before Christmas, and over here yesterday we had this winter solstice, so in theory the days are lengthening again on the northern hemisphere over here. Hey, there's Chanel, who says hoi, ik ben Chanel. Hi Chanel, welcome. Croatia Airlines flight 450 up next, coming home to Amsterdam from Zagreb. Well, I say home, but its home is in Zagreb probably. Flight time 2 hours and 16 minutes. Wilma has to go shopping. Good luck with that, Wilma. It's probably going to be excessively busy in the supermarkets right now and everywhere else too. So best of luck doing your shopping. Hopefully I will see you again. If not, Merry Christmas, Wilma. Not sure if I'm going to be able to go out before Christmas. I think tomorrow the weather is not going to be that good, but we'll see. Got a Turkish A330 up next, flight 1951, an infamous flight number. It's an A330-200, flight time 3 hours and 45 minutes. Are they holding again? I think they are using the holding areas. I'm not seeing it on flight radar because I'm zoomed in on the Schiphol area and Amsterdam area to see the airplanes on the glide slope. But I'm assuming that all airplanes that are landing right now have been holding. And Irim asks if I am standing near the Kaagbaan. I am not. This is the Buitenvelderbaan near the McDonald's on the other side of the main platform area. Kaagbaan we can see from over here, or at least the threshold where Air Baltic is now taxiing to, and the PHBVD, the 777 in the SkyTeam livery, is now turning on to. Now I have to say I'm very pleased with the thick rubber band that I have stuck around the brick and the laptop. It's not going anywhere. You can call me Butters today because I'm grounded. Here we have KLM flight 1362, Boeing 737-800, returning from Poland, from Warsaw. Flight time 1 hour and 53 minutes. 17-year-old airplane. First flight April 2006. Partner asks, is it still that windy at Amsterdam? It sure is. Windsock almost fully erect, wind still very much blowing from the west, as has been the case now for the third day in a row. Good with tailwind, and another coot over there. Now again, the Portaloo that was standing here, or was lying there already on Thursday, has been blown away and is now in the water behind the grass over there. Not sure if it was the wind that brought it there or if vandals, hooligans have been doing that. Does seem like a far distance to have been carried by the wind, but then again, with the wind being the way it is, it could happen. Could have happened, I should say, I have to say. There's the BVD, the 777-300 in the SkyTeam livery, having just taken off from runway 24. Big picture wise, it is still mostly overcast, but it's definitely thinning. Like the hair of an old man. Getting thinner. We do see some openings in the sky further west, so the wind also on higher levels seems to be blowing from this general direction more or less, so we might even get to see some sunshine later, which would be nice. Now, I did see the grebe that was also swimming here just now, but I think it is now in the cover of the green stuff over here on this side of the water. Meanwhile, our next airplane is also approaching. Clearly visible, EasyJet. Hey! Oh wow! Cool, Polderbaan is also being used now for arrivals, it seems like. So that is interesting. Despite the windy conditions, this is no longer the only runway being used for arrivals. Very interesting that they... And indeed, Maria confirming Polderbaan open for arrivals. Well, in that case, after the next Qatar triple, let's have a look at the METAR. I'm curious to see if the wind, what the wind is doing then. Hey Frank, good morning. Hope all is well, Frank. Right, well, the METAR will have to wait a little bit because after the triple, up next is the Corendon A350 as well. Albeit a bit further back. Frank asks if I'm wearing a Santa hat. I am not, mate. I am wearing a ski hat over my head so that nothing gets blown off, but it's not a Santa hat, it's a ski hat. It does have a little fuzzy ball on it. Looks quite ridiculous, but all is fair game when you're on the ski slopes, of course. Which is why I purchased it initially. So yeah, looks a bit crazy, but it keeps the head, which contains the microphone, secured to my head, attached to my head. Right, next up, Corendon flight 598 A350-900, returning from Willemstad, Curaçao. Hybrid livery. The rental company World to Fly still has its logo on the tail and also the name on the engine casings. Corendon name on the fuselage. It's a relatively new airplane. First flight was in May this year, 2023. Indeed, Frank, functional. Hey there, Mr. Biker. Good morning, Paul. Hope all is well. And this time I'm not going to let, for fuck's sake. The Grebe was here just now. I thought let's film it before it gets away, and it got away. If I ever want to become a ninja, I will have to ask where the Grebes did their training, because that is one good academy. Anyway, brand new airplane according to Flight Radar. First flight was May 2023. This airplane has been flying for 8 hours and 40 minutes to get from Curaçao to where it is right now. There. Indeed, for fuck's sake. Indeed, Evan, you heard me right. At least someone heard me right. That was exactly what I was saying, Evan. You're damn right. Right, well, apparently Polderbaan has opened up, so let's have a quick look then at the meter, shall we? Let's do a refresh. Right, okay, massive crosswind on Polderbaan then. So the wind is 26 knots from 270 degrees, no more gusts. Oh shit, that was not what I wanted to do. Control with the heated glove on is a bit more sketchy than without. Oh. Copy. So runway usage has indeed changed now to... Oh, well, I'm refreshing and Polderbaan seems to be closed again. Would have been a bit overkill to land with 26 knots crosswind, I think. So at least now it seems like either LVNL is behind with updating the schedule, or they have closed Polderbaan once again because it turned out that the crosswind component was too great. I am pasting the meter into the ticker for you guys, so you can read it back in your own tempo if you want to. So it does look like hey!
Sorry, ja, misschien herkent u het bij je kanaal.
Ja, nee, volgens mij las ik dat je eraan kwam. Leuk man, welkom.
Ja, ik kwam hier lekker spotten, dus ik dacht misschien signaal.
Ja, nee, het is hier nog steeds feest. Art toch?
Ja, precies.
Top, leuk man. Wow. Let's see, this is KLM flight 1224, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Boeing 737-800. Flight time 15 minutes. could just now made a bit of noise. And that is that Air Canada? No, wait, that is the A350 from China Airlines going to Taipei. Okay, well, so according to LVNL, Polderbaan is not open. In practice, we do see airplanes going there to land. Pretty curious to see how much longer they are going to keep the runway open for. But that is a nice challenge, landing with 26 knot crosswind. Tarom baby bus. In the meantime, touching down here. Well, almost. The daily flight from Bucharest to Amsterdam. Issues with the chat window once again. Let's do. Right. I think Jerry just now said that he is going out. Okay. Jerry, thank you so much for joining. If I don't speak to you again before Christmas, Merry Christmas to you and yours. Thanks for joining. And looking forward to seeing you hopefully soon once again. Does look a little bit like the mic volume is a bit hot. I've just switched the mic settings to settings I use for the Polderbaan, normally speaking. That is going to be a bit lower than it was before. Let me know what you guys think. If it is too low, I will amp it up a little bit. .767 from Icelandair instead of a Max 8. I'm still not seeing the last message. I am trying to get my chat window to show the last of the messages, which I am now seeing, I think. Still not. Or is it? Last message is from Luis. It says hi. And now from Tiger. Okay, I think I got the chat back working again. years old, first flight October 2016. Right, well, I hope the audio is a bit better now. It was a bit loud, perhaps earlier. This is KLM flight 1954 coming next. Embraer 175 returning from Zurich. Flight time 1 hour and 25 minutes. Crackling again. Okay. Restarted the wireless connection. That should have made things better again. How's the volume of the ambient and the voiceover otherwise? Is it too soft? Is it good? Is it too loud still? This is KLM flight 1954, Embraer 175. A little bouncy, but there you go. Okay, sound okay, okay, cool. Let me know if it goes sour again. Next up is the NetJets. What is it? Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS. Another BizJet. We saw a lot of BizJets last Thursday as well. This NetJets is returning from Helsinki. 2 hours 23 minutes of flight time. 15 years old in total. First flight January 2008. And this is fully zoomed in already. The airplane that you saw on the left behind it is from EasyJet, an A319 arriving from Birmingham. Harry says that the volume is good. Mr. Jackson, Michael, is it Michael or Misha? Because I keep saying Michael, but in your Instagram it says Misha. Don't want to call you incorrectly. You ask when I'm going skiing. I will be leaving on Saturday, February 3rd. We'll be returning on February 10th. I hope that I will be able to do a little onboard footage from the arrival into Innsbruck. And on the day of departure, I always get dropped off at the airport a few hours before the airplane actually departs. So that gives me ample time to also do some phone spotting, which I will not be able to live stream, but I will be able to upload it later. From the panorama rooftop terrace that Innsbruck has. So it is indeed Michael. Okay, thanks. You had me doubting that for a moment and I wouldn't want to call you incorrectly. Yeah, no, so in, what is it, 6 weeks? Or is it 7? I think 7 weeks from now. The countdown has begun. Going back to Italy, the Dolomites, one of the areas that is adjacent to the Sella ski route. So basically with one ski pass you can go to a different ski area each day without having to resort to using public transportation. You can also go to the Marmolada Glacier, which also connects to all the areas. Highly recommended to go there if you ever get the chance. Both in winter and in summer it is gorgeous. I do get the impression, if you look at the webcams, comparing that with regular Tyrol, that Südtirol and Trentino get a lot more sunshine than the northern parts of the Alps. So if you like skiing in the sun, definitely consider going there. And World Aviation, good morning to you too. Beauty Angel asks, Panorama Terrace is open? I think it is. I think it's almost always open. I think the only time that they did not have it open was during the pandemic. And Gerrit is wondering, why don't they remove that fence for us? Well, if the wind keeps on pounding on it, maybe it blows away into the water, like the Padilou has also been blown into the water. Right, got an A319 from EasyJet up next, flight 27850. Coming home. Well, I keep saying coming home, but that only counts for KLM, of course. Returning from Birmingham. Flight time 56 minutes, so doesn't seem to have been in holding. Airplane 15 years old, first flight December 2008, so it celebrated its 15th birthday. Hey, wait, no. This is Air Malta, arriving from Malta. My bad. EasyJet is the next airplane. First is A320neo. Very quiet airplanes, when they crank up the reversers they do get a bit noisy, which I like. Now let's have a look. The EasyJet. Interesting. Was I? Well, serves me right for getting distracted talking about skiing. I think that was an old label. Now, the next airplane is an Embraer 190 from KLM, returning from Poland, Gdansk. Flight 1920, I think it is. Will it be piloted by Captain Wheelie? Flight time 1 hour and 34 minutes, 9 years old, first flight January 2014. If I saw it correctly on Flight Radar just now for a glimpse, there is a banana behind it. DHL A300 600. Next up is going to be the DHL Delivered with Pride livery. It's a special livery, rainbow banana. Number 8 worldwide tracked, number 7 worldwide most tracked by 184 people. A lot of people are not on Flight Radar but are doing Christmas shopping, it seems like. And I think you're right, John. Captain Wheelie seems to be on annual leave. Arriving from Madrid, this is DHL Airbus A300 600, flight time 2 hours and 12 minutes. This airplane is 29 years old, began flying in February of the year 1994, ladies and gentlemen. Where were you back then? Also, is that an early go around already? This airplane already quite high. That is well above the glide slope. The Gay Banana. That's a nice nice name for it, John. Silky smooth. They call him Mellow Yellow, Frank says. Oh man. The resident jesters are at it again, and I fully condone that behavior. Right, well, I think we saw, what did we see? Was that an aborted landing? Does look like an airplane. Yeah, EasyJet bailed quickly. So the next airplane, according to flight radar, is a German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM, flight 1868, returning from Stuttgart. Now, still using the polar bomb. Let's see. Okay, well, just checking the LVNL website just now, and a refresh shows that now 36 Center is again used for departures together with the Kaagbaan. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol, we are standing right here next to runway 27, that is currently being used as the only runway for arrivals, it seems like. While we are here. Right, sub 25 knot wind for the first time. The wind is slowing down a little bit, just 24 knots now. Still blowing from 270 degrees. Scattered clouds at 4,000 feet, few clouds at 2,300 feet. No ceiling, 10 plus kilometers visibility. While we are waiting for the next airplane, I am going to paste the meter into the ticker for you guys. Let me just take off that heated glove. It works fine on flight radar on my phone, but for this bit more fine motor skills are required. Barehanded goes a lot quicker then. Right, so runway usage, departures 24 and 36 C. Arrivals still 27, so we have a meter, we have a ticker that is fully up to speed once again. Nick has to go. Bye bye, thank you so much for joining, Nick. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Looking forward to seeing you on another live stream pretty soon, hopefully. Right, well, we missed the landing of one of the Embraers from Speedbird. We are in time for Michael's favorite airplane, the CRJ 900. I think it's the first of the stream today. SAS flight 557, returning from Stockholm. Took this airplane an hour and 45 minutes to get from there to where it is right now. It's a CRJ 900ER, 13 years old, first flight December 2010. Right. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1516. And another airplane already visible. That is A737 on the left, returning from Paris Charles de Gaulle. On the right we have the Embraer 175. Returning from Norwich, flight time 40 minutes, 7-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Instantaneously recognizable as an Embraer 175 if you look at the outward pointing, relatively tall winglets. Compare that with the Embraer 190 that has more upright and relatively shorter winglets. I see, I spy with my little eye little bits of blue sky, would you believe it? Also the rainbow banana over there on its way to the cargo area, which is on that side of the airport. Folks, if you are liking what you're seeing so far and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop a like. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. You're not doing that for me, it's just for you to get notified whenever I plan another live stream in the future. Next up, a KLM B773-800 returning from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1228, one of the many daily flights between Amsterdam and Paris. First time since we began streaming, the meter indicating a less than 25 knot wind. How does that translate to the windsock? Well, it still is erect. Viagra is in the air and has been for a couple of days now. The wind direction does look similar to Thursday. It seems to have turned to a bit more to the northwest, which is also what we saw 2 days ago. Beginning with pure westerly wind, later it progressed to more northwesterly wind. Now, and good morning to Wayne from the UK and all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. Another CRJ 900 from SAS up next. This one returning from Copenhagen, flight 2551, flight time 1 hour and 10 minutes as we speak. A 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in January 2009, and at 7 o'clock the number 2, I think, is also visible already. Let's see, that would be an EasyJet A319 turning from London Gatwick. Oh wait, my bad. The CRJ was here already. Visibility so good, I was not used to seeing the second and third airplane already. And hey there, Michael from sunny Nottingham. Not jealous, mate, but did you have to say that, sunny Nottingham? Welcome from windy Amsterdam, in case you hadn't noticed. Right. So now the airplane I already announced incorrectly, EasyJet A319, coming from London Gatwick. Flight time an hour. That is interesting. That is 20 minutes longer than normally would be the case. So I'm assuming it has held somewhere. Is that the right way to say it? It wasn't holding somewhere, I think. The airplane is 16 years old that we are now looking at. Austrian registered. First flight was in March 2007. Oh wait, that was the go around, yeah. Behind the banana, boarding quite early. And can probably include that and the amount of traffic. It does add up to Now, Captain Adibos, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Good evening, my friend. And also a big thank you to Mizam for your continued support. 2 months of membership already. And Mizam writes, hi boy and everyone, good morning, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. And all other people already, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. It's not Christmas Day yet. I still hope that I can do another live stream after today's, but it's all weather dependent. Might be the last one before Christmas, but I hope it's not. Right, Boeing 737-700 up next, KLM flight, but Transavia airplane. More rainbows. This is the old standard livery, the previous one before the current, and a rental from KLM 737 returning from Copenhagen. Jet that took off from runway 22 just now. I just left the ground as the airplane passed by. Now more KLM coming up. This would be KLM flight 1002 737-800. Coming home from London Heathrow, 55 minutes of flight time. The airplane 23 years old, first flight April 2000. Gerrit says he likes the old livery more from Transavia. I think a lot of people would agree. It's a bit like the new livery from Icelandair, which is actually quite similar, except with blue instead of green to Transavia's current standard livery. So also looking a bit further in the distance, I thought I heard a helicopter. I was looking to see if maybe another police helicopter was taking off from Schiphol Oost. I think that is the case. It is opening up more and more, as you guys can see. Although the sun is not abundantly shining, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we are going to catch a glimpse of sunshine later in the day. I thought I heard a helicopter, so I was looking over there where we might see police helicopters take off, if one does take off. I think I must have misheard, because I'm not seeing anything. Lana asks if I spotted the new Transavia yet. Unfortunately, I always have to work on Tuesdays, so I was not able to see the new Transavia live. I did see the videos, I did see it on footage of other people, but not with my own eyes in real life yet. I'm sure that's only going to be a matter of time. In fact, I hope, wouldn't it be nice if they started flying those in February, in the beginning of February, for instance to Innsbruck, or from Innsbruck back to Amsterdam. That would be nice. Anyway, KLM flight 1198 coming from Stavanger, Embraer 175. Landed after having flown 1 hour and 8 minutes. 5-year-old airplane, first flight April 2018. More 737s. Up next is KLM flight 1230, returning from Paris Charles de Gaulle. 737-900, flight time 55 minutes. 22-year-old airplane, first flight August 2001. Nice use of the reverser there, and by the looks of it, our next airplane is going to be another BizJet. Air Europa seems to be leaving for Madrid again, and a NetJet BizJet looks to be the next airplane. Another Cessna 560 Citation XLS. From London Luton, looking behind me, still a bit far out, so let's see if we can catch the departure of the Air Europa first. So there is another smaller airplane that is taking off before the Dreamliner, so we're not going to see it. K3 also at the premises, and it looks like a United Triple is also parked over there. Right, NetJets Citation 560 XLS arriving from London Luton, 51 minutes of flight time, 16-year-old airplane, first flight January 2007. No need to zoom out on this one. I like how on a lot of those BizJets their reversers are sort of buckets, making a 90-degree turn to just close off the exhaust and divert the exhaust fumes upward and downward. Fumes, gases, I should say. Luis Webster says, I'm a new viewer and I have to say I love the stream so far. Well, welcome to the show, Luis, and thank you so much for your kind words. I'm glad you are enjoying the show, and I hope everybody is, of course. If you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop another like into the pond of likes. And if you are a first-time viewer, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat like Luis just now did. It's not mandatory, but it's always very much appreciated. And also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, all of them are friendly, and a select few are quite knowledgeable, and a lot of them are very knowledgeable in general. Now there is a helicopter actually taking off. The coppers are back on patrol. This is another German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM, flight 1050, returning from Bristol. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? The theme song of Airwolf as a special effect would have been very appropriate now. Hey, Wilma is back and she survived the shopping mall, the supermarket and other stores that are were probably teeming with people all doing their last minute groceries. Happy that you survived, Wilma. Good to see you back. Now, looks like a bit more crosswind over here. Looking at how busy the pilot flying was in correcting, banking left and right. Windsock isn't indicating. Well, I think the wind is turning more to the north actually. The windsock is now, yeah, there's definitely more crosswind now. 777 from KLM up next. Let's see if we have a few moments to do an update of the meter after that. This is KLM flight 792, the number 7 worldwide most tracked by 260 people. 777-300 ER arriving from Sao Paulo after having flown 11 hours and 8 minutes to get here thus far. It's a 12-year-old airplane. First flight was in January 2011. And Dan, thank you for the kind words. Traffic is coming. Let's quickly have a look. See what is cooking. METAR refresh. Okay, well, doesn't seem to indicate something different. 270, 24 knots. Is that still the same as before? I think it is. Oh, the new METAR is going to be published in a few minutes from now. So we'll have to get back in 5 or so minutes, maybe 10. Let's see what is cooking with respect to the A380. A380 is expected to land in 40 minutes from now, flying over German airspace. 747 arriving from Mumbai. China Airlines cargo is 15 or so minutes behind it, still in Czech airspace, and now flying in Romanian airspace is the 747 that we are now able to see once again. Okay, 2:45 expected time of arrival. That might become a bit too late for me to still be around for, but at least the A380 and that 747 15 minutes behind it we're definitely going to capture. Definitely. I was thinking of streaming maybe until 2 o'clock or something local time. Hey Barbs, good to see you again. Hope all is well. 737-800 KLM flight 1072 returning from Manchester is what we are looking at. And some birds in the foreground as well. Presence of birds is the only constant here. Yeah, and wind. The presence of wind. It's almost a near certainty. K3 just standing there doing nothing. A310. Cool. 20 minuten. Awesome. Now we're definitely going to stick around for that. One of the regular viewers here, Art, is also with his big ass camera. That's a big lens. Yeah. Would you want to say hi to the people viewing? Let me focus the camera to autofocus. Here we have Art also with, look at his big camera. Also doing some spotting over here. One of our regular viewers. So there's an A310 coming. And we are going to be around to see it. Taking pictures and footage. Now, next up, A320neo flight 27866. EasyJet arrival from Geneva. departures still take place from runway 24. Wondering if we can see something from the departures of runway 36 center, but not seeing it. Oh, that's interesting. So we have K3 over there. Meanwhile, we have K4 over there. Now, next up is a Transavia returning from the party island Ibiza, flight 5672, 737-800, 2 hours and 28 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in December 2018. Alright, Gerrit has to sign off to get dinner. Thank you so much for joining, Gerrit. Good luck going to the supermarkets. Hope you don't get trampled over by the hordes of people that are probably now everywhere still doing groceries, their last Christmas groceries. If I don't see you again before Christmas, Merry Christmas, Gerrit. Looking forward to seeing you once again in real life. Hopefully soon along one of the runways. Gerrit lives in the vicinity of the city of Leiden, Rijnsburg. And whenever weather is decent, he steps on the bicycle and comes visit. He did that a couple of times already. A true trooper in that respect. And very Dutch, of course, taking the bicycle. This is KLM flight 622. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be touching down after 7 hours and 33 minutes of flight. Dreamliner is 4 years old. First flight was in November 2019. More and more blue skies over here. We're waiting for the moment that the sun is going to creep out from behind those clouds. Dank. Mich intolerant. Milk intolerance in German. Always love that name. For just becoming a member. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. All the custom emojis now at your disposal. So feel free to spam us to death with it, with them. Sid Maxwell asks, is it windy? It's a bit breezy, I would say, just a little bit. 25 or so knots of wind, earlier with gusts up to 37. Iberia Express is this, returning from Madrid, flight 3722. A little bit of reverse action there. Touchdown after 2 hours and 17 minutes of flight. Damo also ventured out into the supermarket and says it was busy but doable. Happy to hear that. I went to the supermarket around the end of the afternoon yesterday before going to the gym, and it was teeming with people. Did not know how quickly I wanted to get out again. Hey there, Feldy. Good days. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Now, next up is KLM flight 1822, 737-800, coming home from Berlin. Flight time 1 hour and 12 minutes. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Hopefully, yeah, it's 37 now, so the new METAR from 25 should be available. After this airplane has landed, I will venture back to the laptop, see if we can find the updated METAR in de ticker. Hey Thijs, dankjewel. Jij ook alvast een fijne kerst. Groetjes terug. What's the weather like in Groningen right now trouwens? By the way. Is it still dry? From the northeastern part of the country. Could be a risk for some rain. Now over here it does look like it is opening up more and more. No wind in Groningen, really. 4C with light rain. Amazing, what a difference at such a small distance. Right, let me have another look at the METAR then. I think we should see a new version being published. Curious to see what the wind's doing. Yeah, so it's back again. Come on, here we go. So just refreshed, and now we have a 27 knot wind again with gusts up to 38. Back to how it was in the beginning. Still scattered clouds at 4,400 feet, few clouds at 2,300 feet, no ceiling and visibility of 10 plus kilometers. Air temperature 11 degrees Celsius, that is 52-ish Fahrenheit. Let me copy paste that right back into the ticker. Adjust the font color and type and size. There we go. Wind is still from 270, but again, two 7 knots with gusts up to 37. A little bit of Ita Azzurro that just passed by. And hey there Aphrodite, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, hope all is well. And Aphrodite already 6 months member. Wow, time flies, doesn't it? Thank you so much for your continued support, Aphrodite, and also thank you for everything you're doing as one of our valued moderators. Hope that you are going to stick around for many more months to come. And thank you so much, Lobbertje, who says, Airs Live, you are the best. Well, it is single, not plural. It's just a one-man band. I'm the only guy that is behind the whole AMS Live channel. It's just me, myself and I, and all my personalities. This is KLM flight 1342, arriving from Billund. It's an E2 Embraer 195. Hey, and since I switched to the Polderbaan settings on the switcher, I have not seen any of you guys referring to crackling in the audio since then, so maybe it was the volume being too high then? No more crackles, Paul confirms. Well, I suppose maybe I overdid it with the audio then. This is the audio settings that I also use for Polderbaan, but I do normally set the volume a bit higher for the ambient mic, 1 notch, just a few decibels because you are further removed from the runway here, but then again, with days like today, I think most of the volume is already wind rumble, so maybe more isn't necessarily better. Anyway, you live, you learn. It's not stormy all day, although you might get the impression that it is always stormy over here. Now, another Italian Azzurro ITA Airways. This is ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. Then that other one must have arrived from Rome, because I think those are the two only destinations ITA flies from to Amsterdam. So, if I am not mistaken, the A380 would be expected within half an hour from now. Martijn asks if this stream is only incoming flights or also outbound. Well, outbound takes place from runway 24. You don't see a lot of it from over here. Is there an airplane on the threshold? The day before yesterday we were lucky, and for the last hour or so of the stream, all inbound and outbound traffic took place from the same runway. Today we're not so lucky, unfortunately. So the vast majority of today's stream is going to be inbound, simply because the other runways are so far away. It's hard to see from over here. Embraer 190 from KLM up next. 1188 is the flight number. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes to get from Bergen to where it is right now. Is it Captain Wheelie, or is he already or she already on Christmas holiday leave? We'll see soon enough. This airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in March 2010. Mr. Cathay Spader also back in the house. Good to see you. Hope all is well. And Peter already mentioning what Art over here was mentioning before, the A310. 31 years old, expected in 10 minutes. Hadi Thea, goedemiddag. Merry Christmas to you too, Thea. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Alrighty, now next up is going to be KLM flight 1486, Embraer 175, returning home from Humberside. 15 minutes of flight time. 7-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. A 3 airplane glide slope shot, in fact. And with respect to departures, as you can see from over here, not much can be seen. You can see the initial beginning, and depending on the height of the airplane, you can see the tail for a moment, and then it will emerge in the sky at some point. Right, the Embraer 175 returning from Humberside. Sheraton Hotel in the background. You see the tail of Aeromexico. The fly pigs. Now, pretty sure that if I would enable digital zoom, we might also see a few people on the panorama terrace. But we are not going to zoom in so far, because first up is this Embraer 190 arriving from Gothenburg, flight 1154, flight time 1 hour and 15 minutes, an 11-year-old airplane, first flight January 2012. Adi Ricardo, jij ook alvast fijne dagen. In case we aren't speaking to each other anymore in the meantime, vague contrail contours believe that the airplane itself is already flying in more dense or behind more dense clouds, but it's a good sign if you can see contrails appear in the sky. Yael says, I'm seeing the live stream fuzzy. Is that just me? That is probably the resolution that has gone to a lower resolution. Even op het settings tandwieltje drukken. Kijken of je hem handmatig op 1080 kunt zetten. Waarschijnlijk is de resolutie nu lager. Lower resolution. And I was just telling Jael how to manually override to 1080. Adi Banana Bliksem, doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing fine as well. Here we have Aegean A321 Neo. It has sunglasses on. But it's not summer yet. Only yesterday has winter begun over here. Maybe over there in Greece they have ample sunshine. Banana Bliksem says, I love your streams. Thank you so much, Banana Bliksem. Always nice to hear back people enjoying the content. I hope that goes for everybody. And if you do like what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop a like in the pond of likes. Up next, KLM flight 916. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Southampton. Flight time 1 hour and a minute. 15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. And Peter K says that control plane was Hainan Airlines. Awesome that you guys can see that so quickly. Thanks for the information there, Peter. And hopefully Jael's resolution is better now. Yo, what is up, my mate? The ultimate, it is Alvin. So much for that super chat, you really shouldn't have. Alvin writes, sorry I can't stay today, stay warm boy, hope everyone has a lovely Christmas. Don't tell me you also still have to venture out into the supermarket to do shopping. Well, it's evening over there, so... Well, what time do the supermarkets close over there in Australia? Over here, a lot of them are open until 10 p.m. from 7 o'clock or something in the morning. Well, Alvin, if I won't speak to you again after today, Merry Christmas, my friend. Wish you and yours the best of Christmases, and looking forward to seeing you. Hopefully not too full and too heavy pretty soon. Pity that you can't stay around for much longer. As you can see, it is another windy day over here, the third consecutive day of, well, it's no longer Storm Pia, but post-Storm Pia madness. The storm that keeps on giving. Latest METAR, 27 knots winds with gusts of up to almost 40. Some of the waves are getting a foamy head again, so... Adi Klaas, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Okay, 10 p.m. as well over there. Nice. Well, back when I lived in Amsterdam, everything was open until 10 p.m. Now I'm living in a smaller village again, and just the Albert Heijn, which is the biggest branch of supermarkets in the Netherlands, is open until 10 p.m. and other supermarkets now close at 9 or 8 p.m. sometimes even. Gotta take the bitter with the sweet. The sweet being living in a bigger house and closer to the sea. Transavia, and doesn't that green of the livery match the green of the grass nicely? Edward informing us that the A380 is already in Dutch airspace. I believe it was expected around 10 past 1, 15 or so minutes from now. Before that, we are going to see this Flying AMS Live logo, KLM Flight 760, coming home from San Jose, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. Nearly 10 hours of flight time under its belt for this flight, 9 hours 58 minutes as we speak. Hey, Richard is doing the smart thing, sending his wife to the supermarket instead of going himself, so that he can join us here in the live stream. Richard, fijne feestdagen alvast, fijne kerst, fijne jaarwisseling. And good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. This Dreamliner, 7879 Dreamliner, 6 years old, first flight July 2017. Just look at the flex in the wings and look how quickly that flex goes away when the spoilers rise. Some of those KLM heavies are doing some nice wheeling, which I wouldn't have expected on a day like today. I've got you now, if only for a second, but you guys saw it too. I wasn't lying. The Grebe is very much alive and kicking. Diving, I should say. Zwanenburgbaan wordt ook gebruikt om op te stijgen. Okay, so that is center. Yeah, that is center. Hey, where? Oh, yeah, that's right. Now, got a droplet of a tear on one of my glasses. Wind sometimes creates that you tear up, but For any of you who are wearing glasses, you know what terrible distortions those droplets can give on your vision. So I cleared that one up just now. Still in time to see the landing of this EasyJet A320neo. Right, now the moment you guys probably have been waiting for, the Turkish. Well, it has the flight number of a Turkish flight, but it is ULS Airlines Cargo. It's an A310, ladies and gentlemen. Ja, dat is deze. Get out your camera. Make sure you film this one and take the beautiful pictures. ULS Airlines Cargo, flying with a flight number that is from Turkish. Flight 6369, arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 3 hours and 15 minutes, so it was a bit delayed. This airplane is 31 years old, ladies and gentlemen. This airplane began flying in March 1992. I think I was in the 6th grade in elementary school back then. 2 more years away from going to high school. So holy cow, what an old airplane. An old fart just like me. Indeed, Peter, Grandpa A310. And indeed, Adrian, those birds probably deaf now, by now. In the meantime, look at that. Actually, bits of sunshine over here. Looks like the Cathay Pacific Cargo A350 1000 is on the move to runway 24. You can see that the rudders of the KLM airplanes is pointing to the left, giving a little bit more of reflection. KLM B737 in the meantime has just landed. I know I'm not old, I just like to say that whenever it suits my needs. When I make mistakes, blame it on old age. When saying things incorrectly, blame it on old age. It's the perfect excuse, and the older you get, the more frequently you get to use it. So that's a privilege I am happy to exert. Now, next up is a 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador. KLM flight 755, flight time 10 hours 43 minutes, 19-year-old airplane, first flight March 2004. Hey Roy, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, my friend. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Probably busy with the Christmas preparations as well, as so many are this weekend. Took yesterday to do some shopping and also household chores. Stream on Thursday with all the work after it led to it being a late day, so I figured, especially because it was looking a bit dodgy in terms of precipitation for the morning, and since I needed to go to the gym in the evening, the only option I had yesterday to do a live stream was in the morning, and I figured, well, looks a bit dodgy with rain possibly. I'll go out on another day then. Oh yeah, of course, trip to Curaçao. Didn't you fly on one of the Corendon A350s, or I think you did, didn't you? Hey Susanna, good day to you. Navy Jack asks, what did I miss? Just came back. You missed an ancient A310 that landed 10 minutes or so ago. Susanna says, sure sounds windy. It definitely is. Last METAR, if you check the ticker, says, if I recall correctly, 27 knot wind, 27 knot wind with gusts up to 38. The third consecutive day that Storm Pia is providing plenty of westerly wind. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1740. You guys recognize the Embraer 175 by now, arriving from Luxembourg. Also looks like a BizJet might be taking off from runway 24 shortly. And Roy did indeed fly the A350-900 to Curaçao, but a horrible experience, sadly. What made it such a horrible experience? The seating, or the food, or all of it? The co-passengers might also, of course, be a relevant factor. Right, well, the A380 is getting closer and closer by. Before that, we are going to see a few more other landings. The first of which is this Transavia flight returning from Alicante, flight 6948. 737-800, flight time 2 hours and 35 minutes. The windsock is still on Viagra, has been for 3 days now, counting today. And well, Roy, if they they crammed so much seats in such a big airplane, and you have to cross the Atlantic with such little leg room. I can imagine it must have been a horrible experience. And it's economy only, right? No premium, economy, no business, no nothing, if I recall correctly. Reminds me of that song from, I think, the 90s. It's all about the money. I'm not going to try to sing, but just listen to those reversers. It's a small plane, but when they do apply the reversers, it does sound nice. Emirates A380, it should be arriving pretty soon. Not visible just yet, but pretty soon will be. For now, this is KLM flight 1422. As you guys can recognize, it is a 737-800. This one returning from Birmingham, where it left an hour ago. The airplane itself, 23 years old, began flying in July of the year 2000. And Peter says that Emirates is over Almere, so it's getting close by. Just a few more minutes. Very smooth landing there. Nice use of the reversers. And Aphrodite, thank you. Fourth in line. The A380 Super. Standard livery. Whoa! Look at who's back. It is JD, who just now gifted 10 memberships to boot. Good to see you again, JD. Perfect timing. Just in time for the A380, and thank you so much for those 10 gifted memberships. If you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships from JD, don't forget to say Dankeschön, vielen Dank. Thank you so much, JD, for your support. Tremendous, above and beyond. And also welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. Hope you're doing well. You've been busy lately. Hope you'll find the time to unwind a little bit with the upcoming holidays. This is German Airways flying for KLM, number 190, returning from Newcastle. That's KLM flight 958. Bit older than Chucky. First flight of this airplane was in January 2006, making it 17 years old. Right, now folks, we're awaiting the Emirates A380 Super. And indeed JD confirming that it was very busy. Sorry? Nee, dit is nog een NetJets, wat is het? Embraer Phenom 300. Dat is de... ze zeiden net dat hij de vierde was. Hij was al voorbij Almere, hij komt eraan. All kinds of young people over here with cameras ready to film, ready to go, waiting for the A380. Beautiful. as we say in Dutch, jong geleerd, oud gedaan, which literally translates to learning at a young age, done at an old age. Doesn't sound as good as it does in Dutch when you translate it literally into English, but I think you guys will understand the gist of the meaning of the saying. Anyway, Embraer Phenom 300, NetJets Europe, returning from Copenhagen. Flight time 1 hour and 14 minutes. 4-year-old airplane. First flight January 2019. Out on this one. Can stay fully zoomed in. Right, 2 more to go for the A380. In the meantime, the ducks have also returned into the water, as you guys can see. Mostly male ducks, but also a female duck on the right by the looks of it. And also still a bird on land. Amsterdam is being used for departures. Croatia Airlines now taking off from 18 left over here. Not too bad. That's a nice bonus gift. Departures to the south with 26 or so knots crosswind. Triple getting towed to the hangars for maintenance. Itty bitty little Embraer Phenom behind it. And a triple behind it again. Big brother versus little brother. Does look like a Christmas present from ATC, Paul. You're absolutely right. Wow. And as a KLM Embraer is touching down, I am going to pan back further to the north because here we have the Emirates A388 Super, number 4 worldwide most tracked right now on flight radar, followed by 575 people. We have a bit more viewers watching right now, so can we get it to number 1? Evan says, I'm guessing you're staying till 2:30 p.m. now. You might well be right there, mate. Might as well stick around for that other 747 as well. Right. In the meantime, doing a little switcheroo on the battery of my heated glove that has run out. Emirates Flight 147 is the standard livery, old iteration. Members of AMS Live have access to the latest iteration with the ribbon tail. On Wednesday, this airplane did the go around and took 2 efforts to land. When we were here on Thursday, the actual storm day, it landed just in time. Peter, I will stick around for the China cargo that lands in 24 minutes. That was the plan already. There's also one expected around 2:30. I think I might as well stick out until then. Stick around until then. Emirates Flight 147. Its current flight time is 7 hours and 14 minutes. Normally speaking, this would have been around 6.5 hours. This airplane is 9 years old. First flight December 2014. don't forget to drop a like. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. You're not doing that for me, it's just for yourself. The content will be pushed to people watching the stream regardless, but if you want to stay informed of when I'm going live, subscribing and hitting the bell icon is the way to go. It seems that we have a triple that is moving to the threshold of 18 left. This 777 looks to be going to the threshold of 18 left to take off from it. Nice little bonus that 18 left is now being used for departures. In the meantime, and let me fixate everything so that the wind does not blow the camera upwards. Let's have another look at the current status quo then, shall we? Let's do a refresh of the meter. Let's have a look and see. Last time it was 27 with 38 gusts. Now it is 24 knot wind with 38 gusts. The wind direction is just south of west, which is funny. I only saw it being more from the north. So yeah, brave souls. If you are going to take off from a runway with so much crosswind. Now folks, if you are in no hurry to go anywhere, there is another 747 in Dutch airspace already expected to land in just under 20 minutes from now. And we also have one more airplane that is expected around 2:45. This is going to be the last airplane of the day. Looks like it's going to stay dry and might as well stick out until this airplane has also landed. Now, runway usage. This was the situation before. Let's do a refresh. And we can see that now this runway where we are standing next to is being used for departures as well. I will update the meter later because the triple is ready to go. Let's also open up the filter to both inbound and outbound traffic. And this is KLM flight 861. It's a 777-200 that will be taking off to Tokyo Narita. An airplane that is 17 years old, first flight February 2006. And in the meantime, I just received a notification of a PayPal donation from Evan. Thank you so much, Evan. You really shouldn't have, but thank you so much. Bisam says, right, dinner time, see you next time. Bisam, thank you so much for joining. If we won't see each other again before Christmas, Merry Christmas to you and yours. Hope to see you again on another one pretty soon. Well, there were two coots just now. They keep diving under. The triple seems to be getting parked in the hangar. Is that still the PHBVA Orange Pride that we saw earlier being brought over there. Is that the PHBVA? Cannot see from over here. Does look like a triple, so it might be. United gets towed back to the platform, or at least to the gates. And Susanna celebrates a month of membership as she writes, "Thanks for the great streaming. Merry Christmas." Thank you so much for your support, Susanna. Merry Christmas to you too. Now, got another airplane approaching over here. KLM Flight 1278, Embraer 190, coming from Scotland, Edinburgh. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. A 9-year-old airplane that began flying in January 2014. And Hadi Paul tuning in from Portugal. Merry Christmas to you too. Departures continue to take place from 18 left, but more to the south, which is logical because then they don't have to wait for traffic landing on this runway. The two runways intersect. So airplanes taking off from 18 left from the threshold, which is north of this runway that the landing traffic lands on, runway 27, has to wait until everything is clear. But if you take off a bit more to the south, then of course you have a free runway at your disposal. The United Triple being towed back to the gate. Right now, no new heavies lining up on the threshold of 18 left. It does look like they are also getting rid of this triple that was in the hangar in favor of the next one. Now we can clearly see that this is not the PHBVA Orange Pride. Und Grüße zurück, Werner, who is tuning in from Siegen in Germany. Herzlich willkommen. Und alle andere Deutsch sprechende Freunde, herzlich willkommen. This is KLM Flight 1598, returning from Rome, 737-800, flight time 2 hours 19 minutes. 24 years old, this airplane began flying in August 1999. Right, the next two airplanes over there, lock everything up. Let's see. So runway usage and the ticker, the meter, the 24 knot wind with gusts up to 38. Let's paste that in the ticker. Usage, departures, so they took off to the north initially, now they're taking off to the south, 18 left, in runway 24, there we go, the ticker, now once again fully current, both the meter and the runway usage. KLM flight 962, Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle. 56 minutes of flight time, 14-year-old airplane, first flight July 2009. Wind's definitely a little gusty. Hey Ricardo, jij ook fijne dagen, maak er wat moois van. Tot gauw, see you soon. Right. Was mentioning how that United Triple encountered damage through a bird strike that needed to be repaired. Later today, expected to leave to Houston after having gotten a nose job over here at the Schiphol Cosmetic Surgery Center. Extensive use of the reverser there by KLM flight 1474, 737-800 returning from Glasgow. And Frank, that is indeed good news that it can continue its flight back to Houston. E2 Embraer up next, flight 1108. Flight time 1 hour 37 minutes to get from Stockholm, where it left from, to where it is right now. This airplane, a year old, nearly 2 years old. First flight January 2022. So next month it is going to celebrate its 2nd birthday. Gotta love the fact that the table is blowing back and forth constantly, but the laptop hasn't moved an inch. Rubber band did the trick. It's like Toyota constantly refining every little tidbit until you get something that is nearly perfect. Next up, Air Arabia Maroc A320 returning from Tangier. Flight time 2 hours 49 minutes. A320 that is 9 years old and had its first flight in November 2014. Saudia Dreamliner will be following after this airplane. Well, if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to runway 27, but also alongside runway 18 left. The ladder being used for departures together with runway 24 for some reason. Looking at the windsock has been fully erect now for 3 days. Storm Pia is still causing a ruckus over here. A storm that keeps on giving. And for the 3rd day in a row, this is the only runway in use for arrivals. Although for a brief moment this morning, Polderbouw was also being used for arrivals. Saudia Dreamliner up next, followed by a Turkish A321. This is the Saudia old standard livery. Thursday we saw it both arrive and depart in the latest iteration. Now this is also a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah, 6.5 hours underway. The airplane itself 3 years old, first flight was in February 2020. We're expecting a 747 in a few minutes. And the last airplane of today's show is also going to be a 747 from Atlas Air, arriving from Almaty and expected to land around 2:45 local time. Hour and 15 or so minutes from now. And Peter K says that the 5th plane is China 747. Oh, and Evan says Saudia is not going to fly to LAX anymore next year. Why is that, Evan? Lack of interest in the destination? But I find that very hard to believe. Cost or something else? You'd think everybody would want to fly to LAX. I'm imagining it's a popular destination for a lot of people. A321 Neo from Turkey is up next, flight 1961, arriving from Istanbul. Also taking longer than on average would be the case. Normally it's a 3-hour flight or so, now 3 hours and 53 minutes. Does that mean that the holding areas are in use again? I think it might be indicative of it. It's a new airplane, celebrated its first birthday last month, began flying in November 2022. Now the next queen is going to arrive pretty soon. Precies. Hey Richard, dankjewel kerel. Thank you so much for a very generous super chat from Richard just now. Richard says, boy, ik ga er vandoor. Hierbij een klein presentje voor weer een mooi jaar streamen. Fijne dagen en tot 2024. Thank you so much, Richard. It was in Dutch. He says, boy, I'm out of here. Here I give you a small present. Thanks for another year of streaming. Happy holidays and see you in 2024. That's what he wrote. Thank you so much. Dankjewel kerel. Jij ook hele fijne kerstdagen. Fijne jaarwisseling alvast. Ik hoop dat ik je nog tussendoor een keertje zie in de chat. But if that's not the case, hopefully see you in good health pretty soon. And that is by no means a small quote-unquote gift. Thank you so much, Richard, once again. Now, folks, next is the number 6 worldwide most followed airplane on flight radar by 360 people. I see more than double in the stream right now over here. Can we make it a bit higher? This is Qatar Airways flight 273, arriving from Doha. 6 hours and 53 minutes underway. It's a 777-300 ER, 10 years old. First flight January 2013. And you're welcome, Susanna. I full well understand that not everybody understands Dutch. Even though the Dutchies are the biggest chunk of viewers. No, the biggest group, I should say, of viewers. The majority of viewers, of course, is non-Dutch. Like there's no wind at all. What a textbook landing. Even a little wheelie. Beautiful. Unfortunately, cannot stay too long on it and linger because the first queen of the show is upon us. The first of two. The other one will be arriving in an hour or so from now. This is China Airlines Cargo flight 5685, arriving from Mumbai. It is a Boeing 747-400. Has been flying now for 9.5 hours to get from India to where it is right now. The airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was in May 2005. Boeing 747-400, May 2005. I think I graduated. I was busy graduating from my first university degree. Happy holidays to you too, Tony. The laptop is safely secured, so no blackouts expected. Such an awesome machine. Nice to see it using the reverses as well. Right, there's one more queen expected in an hour and 5 or so minutes from now. That is going to be the last airplane for today. I'm going to stick around for it. In the meantime, another BizJet is coming this way from the very big. We transition to the very small. This is a VistaJet Embraer Legacy 600 that is upon us, and it is coming from Karlsruhe by the looks of it. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. 14 years old, this airplane. First flight January 2009. On the left we have another airplane behind it, which should be Top Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon, an A320. And Peter K, also Merry Christmas to you and yours, my friend. Right, time to take a little swig of water. Lubricate the vocal cords. Well, technically not, but we always like to say something like that, but the vocal cords are in a different hole altogether, where just air flows through. A not the esophagus. But then again, it's good to stay hydrated. Right, so from the very big to the very small, here we have an Embraer Legacy 600. Well, I say very small, but of course it is still a sizable jet by the looks of it. Have to zoom out a little bit even, which I didn't have to do on the Embraer Phenom 300, which was definitely smaller. Oh nee hoor, dankjewel. Chips eten wordt erg luidruchtig op de stream, maar dankjewel man. Oeh. Likes, and I think that prompted JD just now to gift 5 more memberships. Thank you all so much for the likes, and thank you JD for another 5 gifted memberships. If you just were on the receiving end of one of JD's memberships, don't forget to say thank you. Dankeschön. If you are one of the new members, thanks to JD. JD, thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members, feel free to use the custom emojis at your disposal whenever you want. Frank asks, paprika chips. I do see that the bag is blue. Ribbel chips nog wel. Top Air Portugal up next, A320 flight 670 coming to Amsterdam from Lisbon. Landed after 2 hours and 43 minutes of flight. 14 years old, first flight November 2009. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like in the direction of the wind. It's not completely grey, but the sun, unfortunately, we only saw for a glimpse. However, it is dry, visibility is okay, so definitely not too bad. Zei je? Ik denk het wel, ja. Dit is de 777-200. Ja. Inderdaad. KLM flight 706. Returning home from Rio de Janeiro. At the moment the number 4 worldwide most tracked by 456 people. This airplane has been flying for 10 hours and 54 minutes to get from Rio to where it is right now, and this airplane has been flying in total now for 19 years, since April 2004. En Niels heeft weer droge voeten, dry feet, awesome. Adriaan says police helicopter is also arriving once again. Well, I'll keep my eyes out for the police helicopter. So yeah, it's actually quite insane. 1 storm, 3 days of Viagra for the windsock. It is insane. The storm that keeps on giving. Now, Lambert. I spy with my little eye that Mr. Blickman, the infamous photographer who twice now made beautiful pictures of yours truly along the Polderbaan that you can see in the community page. Very gifted photographer, just now gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Lambert. You really shouldn't have, but thank you so much nonetheless. If you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships, don't forget to say dankjewel Lambert or thank you Lambert. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Dankjewel Lambert, thank you so much for that. Let me quickly turn back because there is more heavies coming this way. This is KLM flight 744 777-300 ER returning from Peru, Lima. Flight time 11 hours and 9 minutes. A 7-year-old airplane that began flying in May 2016. Also a big thank you to Jets for Fun, who just now became a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Welcome to the best seats in the house. Sit back and relax. Thank you so much for your support there, Jets for Fun, and enjoy all the custom emojis now at your disposal. Thank you for your support, my friend. And also Niels, thank you for your continued support. 2 months of membership already. And he writes, proud member of this beautiful channel. Thanks, boy. Well, thank you so much for your continued support, Niels. Hope that you are staying around as a valued member for many more months to come. Thank you so much. Now, folks, it is still windy over here. Still wind from the west mostly. Last METAR showed that there were gusts of up to nearly 40 knots. I see a Qatar cargo that is not being towed, and it isn't moving to runway 24, so I can assure you we are going to see it take off shortly then, because it will be taking off from runway 18 left in a few minutes. And again, this is Schiphol Airport, so maybe I should use a disclaimer. A high degree of probability, I should say. Now, this is the 737, the only one in the fleet still flying with the penultimate iteration of the standard livery, the straight stripe from front to back, the border between the blue top and the white bottom. Ja, dat is nog de vorige livery. Klopt. Now the question is, will the Qatar go to the threshold, or will it also take off from south of the crossing? Might take off from here, or is it? Let's see, can I see? How well can we see the taxi routes? No, not seeing it on flight radar, which of course is typical. Oh wait, well yeah, we have our answer. It will be taking off from the threshold, so we'll see it soon enough. Dreamliner getting towed back to the gate. And our next landing airplane, also on short final, it is an Embraer 190 Speedbird, flight 8489, returning from London City, 15 minutes of flight time. 11-year-old airplane, first flight July 2012. Says that there's an Egypt Air 777 in 15 minutes expected. That is good news. And the Qatar will, well, I'm not sure if it's going to make it to take off after this airplane has landed already. It is already lining up right now. In the background, one airplane taking off from 18 left already, so Qatar will have to wait probably until the next airplane has landed. Hey, Merry Christmas, Brody. Thank you. You have a Merry Christmas. You and yours have a Merry Christmas as well. Ooh, first time I'm smelling jet fuel exhaust gas over here. That is directly emanating from that 777. Wow, is Qatar going to take off before the Transavia 737 is landing? Ja, echt hè? Qatar Cargo 777 freighter going to Budapest in a few minutes, but I think, yeah, it's going to have to wait for the Transavia first to land. Qatar Cargo 777 freighter, destination Budapest. Now the label is once again off my flight radar app. Seems to be happening a lot. Die schijnt er zo meteen aan te komen inderdaad. Ja, nee precies. Ja, af en toe komt LO komt ook met een 777, die vliegt vaak met een 737. Well, it does look like Qatar is waiting for more traffic to land or cross, because there's also an airplane and a tow truck that are waiting to cross the runway. Right now, almost about to land, is an Embraer 190 arriving from Frankfurt, KLM flight 1764, flight time 56 minutes, 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2009. seems to be going. Taking off with a 26 knot crosswind with gusts up to 38. This is what it looks like. Air crabbing just to stay on course. Meanwhile, TUI Max 8 just landed. Captain Eddie Bosch celebrates 3 months of membership and writes, "Hello boy, I'm watching from Indonesia with Andian." Hi there Andian. And also Captain Eddie Bosch, thank you so much for your continued support, my friend. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream. Hope you and your cousin are enjoying the stream as much as I am over here. Hey, Peppy also in the house. Servus Peppy. Schön, dass du wieder dabei bist. Hoffe, es geht dir gut. We are going to turn back the camera now for arriving traffic. Next up, Transavia flight 122. A 3-digit flight number, don't see that very often. 737-800 arriving from, and I learned that on Thursday, Rovaniemi, Santa Claus town in Finland. Finland, right? It was Finland, or was it Sweden? No, I think it was Finland. Flight time 2 hours and 37 minutes, a 5-year-old airplane. First flight was in March 2018. Right, Finland, thanks Frank, and Tiger, and Peter. Johanna, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Hope you don't have to do any more Christmas shopping so shortly before Christmas. Probably very busy in the Albert Heijns and other supermarkets. Hey, Anja, also there. Apologies if I did not see everybody, but welcome one and all. Hope you guys are having a great time. Got another Transavia up next, flight 6332, returning from Valencia. It's a 737-800, flight time 2 hours and 23 minutes. 13-year-old airplane, began flying in July of the year 2010. Here doesn't feel like it is slowing down just yet. Also a very warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hans Kleinschmidt just became a member. Thank you so much for your support, Hans. Welcome to the club. Hope you'll enjoy it over here. Thank you so much for your support there. And all the custom emojis now also at your disposal. Hope you enjoy them. Big picture wise, it does look like things are closing up again a little bit. Although it's definitely not yet fully overcast. Hey, what is that? Coast Guard -8 by the looks of it. Coast Guard -8 100. It's going to land on runway 22 by the looks of it. Last minute turn. No, it's going to land on runway 24. My mistake. I thought it was high already for landing on runway 22. Then again, with a lot of headwind, why not? But it's taking runway 24 to land on. Eindelijk droog in Friesland. Grietje says, finally dry in the province of Friesland in the north of the country, where rain was falling the entire time apparently. Finally you're able to go out without an umbrella, Grietje. Right, more arrivals. We have two. The first one being an Embraer 190 from LOT, arriving from Warsaw, flight 263. Flight time 1 hour 59 minutes. It's a 14-year-old airplane. First flight was in January 2009. And the next airplane behind it is a Vueling A320 returning from Barcelona. Dit is LOT. Oh, je hebt ermee gevlogen? Awesome. Art just now telling that he once flew on an airplane such as this. He's still besides me photographing all the time. Also very committed to making beautiful pictures today on a very windy day. Weathering the relatively low temperatures. Roelof asks, heb je nog geen ijspegels aan de neus hangen? No mate, the wind blows the droplets away from the tip of my nose before they get a chance of freezing. My nose is always runny under weather conditions like this. But the droplets get being flung away by the wind before they get a chance to freeze. Hope you're doing well, Rudolf. It's been a while since I saw you last in the wild, quote unquote. Also, Lena, thank you so much for your continued support. Oh, that was accidentally clicked away the message that I wanted to highlight. Celebrating 2 months of membership. Boy en iedereen, fijne feestdagen, veel gezondheid. Boy and everybody, happy holidays and a lot of health. Thank you so much, Lena. Jij ook fijne feestdagen en veel gezondheid. Nice way of wishing someone well. This is Vueling flight 8309. Returning from Barcelona, Airbus A320. Using a tad of reverser there. Flight time 2 hours and 7 minutes, so that is still par for the course, I should say. So it does look like the holdings are no longer necessary. Looks like our next departure from the threshold of 18 left is going to be this A330. Die hard or die trying, Roelof. Yeah, well, with heated gloves and all the measures that I've taken so that my stuff does not get blown away, it does make it easier to go out as long as it is dry. You won't happen to be standing right next to me, or are you? Or are those co-workers of yours? Or is that you, Roelof? Right, A330 taking off in a few moments, but let's first look at the Egypt Air 777 that is going to land first. Oh, Latam 767 also coming this way. Awesome. Right, this is Egypt Air Flight 757. It's a 777-300 ER returning from, or well, visiting from Cairo, I should say, Cairo. Flight time 4 hours 55 minutes. This airplane 13 years old. Its first flight was in November 2010. Yes, California streaming on such a windy day. That is a nice one. Thank you. Frank always comes up with creative things, and I very much like that. Thank you so much for that input. Lovely. Now I'm stuck with that song in my head. But that's not a bad song to have in your head. Once again, it smells like jet fuel over here, emanating from the A330. The 777-300 from Egypt Air, that is something you don't see every day. Right, well, from one arrival to one departure, spooling up. KLM Flight 587 going to Lagos. Flight 587 Airbus A330-300 going to Lagos. This airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in March. Wow. March 2012. What a way to take off. And you can see how it is crabbing. That's what you get when you get 25 plus knots of crosswind and take off. That was awesome to see. Right, Lufthansa, in the meantime, just now landed. And I see the Azzurro from ITA. Looks like it is returning to Italy. Lining up. And we have the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard returning to base. Still a Canadian registration. look at the tail, you can see another windsock indicating still a lot of wind, still erect. A320neo going to Rome in a few moments. ITA Air flight 107. The neo is 1 year old, first flight December 2022. Ghost plane photobomb. Transavia. Transavia uit Barcelona. Nee. All white. Ghost plane. Guard plane over there, taxiing back to, well, it's probably parked somewhere over there. Hey Evelien, goedemiddag. Je hebt alles al gemist. All the exciting things already happened. Right. Next up is a Latam cargo Boeing 767-300ER flight 1506 coming to Amsterdam from Miami, Florida. Oh, A340 also ready to take off from runway 24, dankjewel. Also have to keep an eye out for that. This Latam cargo 767 has been flying for 8 hours and 20 minutes now. 17 years old, first flight July 2006. Bisnovat asks if I will be streaming tomorrow around 8:30 to 9. I'm assuming you're talking about AM, not PM. That is a bit early for me, even if I am going out. I'm not sure yet if I am going out. Let's start off with that. But if I do go out, I usually begin a bit later, particularly if I have to take precautionary measures with wind and weather. So probably not is the answer. And greetings back to Turkey to be. And windsock emojis. Have to think about that. It's going to be a while before we are going to get another slot available for additional emojis. It would have to become a replacement if you want it on short notice, because even though last week a lot of gifted memberships were given, we had dropped quite low below the threshold of the next level up. I think 700 is needed for the next additional emoji. I think we're back at 300 to 400 or so. So we're still a bit off from where we were not too long ago, but I think that had to do with Mitchell's insane 100 memberships gifted in one single stream. And a lot of you also going loose back in October or something. So the A340, clearly recognizable by its low ascent rate, its low climb rate, powered by APUs only. together with the tower. Normally they would have been higher already, but the A340 you can get with the A340 you can get a combo shot with the tower and the airplane. Right, well, people asking about how long I'm going to stay out for. That depends on the estimated time of arrival of the next 747, which is now flying over central Germany. This is going to be my last airplane for today. Its expected time of arrival is in half an hour or so from now. The Atlas Air 747. That is the last airplane for me for today. That is until when I am going to be out for today. Now, before going back to the studio, let's have another look. Okay, we have a ceiling of 4,200 feet. Wind is still 24 knots with gusts up to 36. Still mostly from the west. Let me copy paste that into the ticker. Temperature has been very constant. 11 degrees Celsius or roughly 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Runway usage in the ticker, as mentioned, is still current. 2 runways used for departures and 1 for arrivals. Runway 27 being the only runway used for arrivals. I'm pasting the ticker into the METAR into the ticker as we speak, so you guys can read back the latest weather if you like. Right, there we go. Indeed, Paul, the A340 should just use the motorway, although it might form a traffic jam behind it. Right. Oh, thank you so much, Cargo Flieger, for your nice words. Cargo Flieger says, best stream ever, great camera work and information, always very friendly. Thanks, boy. What a nice compliment to receive. Thank you so much for that. Susanna asks if I'm planning on streaming tomorrow. That is all going to be dependent on the weather. If it's going to be rainy all day, then the answer is I'm going to skip tomorrow. But if we are going to have a dry spell of several hours, then I'm very much looking forward to go out again tomorrow. But last time I checked the weather for tomorrow, it did not look that well. So the honest answer is, at this moment I still don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Most likely I will tie the knot tomorrow morning. Another police helicopter just took off from the Schiphol Oost area, the general aviation area and the hangars. That's called Schiphol Oost. Right. Also a lovely airplane always to see. Royal Jordanian. A little bit of a tongue breaker sometimes. But I blame that on old age, my go-to excuse whenever I fuck up. Hearing and seeing me again? Something was up, I don't know what. I got an error that something was wrong with YouTube, possibly. Weird. Because I did not go out with too little bandwidth. I should be able to stream for a few more hours. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. I don't know what was going wrong there. Got an error that the internet connection, something with the internet, maybe with YouTube wasn't going well. course I was saying fucks up. Absolutely, Evan. I mean, you heard it right. This is Welling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. It's A320. Indeed, no more airtime on YouTube. Reach the upper limit. Anyway, flight time was 2 hours 25 minutes. The airplane 8 years old, first flight March 2015. Alright, next up, EasyJet flight 27886 A320 Neo arriving from Alicante, flight time 2 hours and 28 minutes. The airplane 5 years old, first flight June 2018. Is goed man, eet smakelijk.
Een koffietje of zo?
Nee hoor, dankjewel. Dankjewel. Planning on zooming out just a little bit to go back to the windsock. Ooh, the Viagra seems to be losing its strength a little bit. It was hanging a little bit, only on occasion. E2 Embraer taking off from 18 left. Grabbing away as it just left the runway. And next up is going to be KLM flight 1024 arriving from London Heathrow, Boeing 737-800, flight time 47 minutes. The airplane 16 years old, its first flight was in February 2007. Hey, Airwolf is zurück. Good to see you again. So the plan is, if YouTube doesn't F up any more, the plan is to stick around until the arrival of the next 737. Correction 747, that is expected in 20 minutes or so from now. Now I don't know what happened just now with the connection, but a matter of reconnecting seemed to have done the trick. Next up is Transavia, flight number no longer mentioned, but a 737-800 arriving from Ivalo, Oh. Yo, what the fudge? What the bleeping fudge? JD just now gifting 550 AMS Live memberships. Holy effing cow. Thank you so much, JD, but really that is insane. Really, you shouldn't have. Thank you so much. 900 likes. That is probably the reason. Thank you so much, JD. Holy effing cow. I have to watch my potty mouth. Now, if you just were on the recipient end of one of the gifted memberships by JD, don't forget to say thank you so much to JD. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Holy shit, thank you so much, JD. That is above and beyond. Now, next up, arrived from Ivalo. If someone can clue me in where that is. A 737-800 from Transavia, now touching down. After 2 hours and 57 minutes. The airplane, 4 years old, first flight January 2019. And indeed, holy cow is what Robin always used to say to Batman. Now we're still waiting for that 747 that is on its way over here. It is flying just east of Dortmund, and Ivalo is in Finland. Thank you, BN Dutch. Also seems to be an Emirates A380 coming this way. Let's see. Might even get to see the 777 from Emirates before the 747 from Atlas Air. They are approaching the German border. It also looks like some airplanes are landing again on Polderbaan. Majority of the airplanes are still coming this way. It does look like Polderbaan has also opened up for arrivals. Let's have another look. So let's do a refresh, and well, interestingly enough, officially it's not reopened yet. What's the... Right, the wind is slowing down. We're approaching 20 knot wind with gusts just over 32 knots. So it does look like the storm is slowly but surely passing by. Let's update the meter into the ticker. Right. The goods are still in the water, but they are very much like grebes. Keep diving under as soon as you point a camera to them. In the meantime, a 3 airplane glide slope shot has been established over here. The first of the 3 airplanes to arrive is KLM flight 1180. It's number 175, arriving from Linköping. Flight time 1 hour and 28 minutes. 6-year-old airplane. First flight June 2017. Russell and Cheryl also back at it again. This is Russell, he was the loudest of the two. Right. Looking in the direction of the wind, this is what it looks like. The windsock itself only ever so slightly is it less erect than it has been so far. The wind is slowing down just a little bit. Normalcy returns pretty soon. Hey Ina, good to see you, long time no speak. Merry Christmas to you too. Hope you're doing well. This E2 Embraer is arriving from Stavanger, KLM flight 1200, and you can see it making a left-hand turn. It's going to land on runway 24. We've seen that happen a few times already. Just to show what it looks like, if you zoom out a little bit, you can see an airplane flying low over the airfield. The airplane has been flying for 1 hour and 6 minutes to get from Stavanger to where it is right now. A 1-year-old airplane, first flight March 2022. Will be landing on runway 24. It's not the rainbow banana, but the regular banana that we see. And that's all we can see of it. Now, the madness over here continues. If it isn't crazy wind, then it is crazy viewers, members, and one particular moderator. Man, we're scrolling back, scrolling back, scrolling back, scrolling back, scrolling back, scrolling back. This is just so crazy. Scrolling back, scrolling back. There it is. Wolfgang! What the F? Thank you so much for another 50 gifted memberships. First JD, now Austrian Wolf. Thank you so much. You really shouldn't have. You are doing more than enough already as a moderator. Man, thank you so much. Wolfgang, thank you. If you are one of the recipients of the 50 memberships that Austrian Wolf just now gifted, Don't forget to say Dankeschön, Airwolf. Well, 100 new members only just now from the latest donations of JD and Austrian Wolf. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, all new members. Use the custom emojis at your disposal freely whenever you want. Man, this is crazy. Shit is hitting the fan here. Welcome to Crazy Town. Room for a new emoji. I still don't know for sure, Paul. I still don't know for sure. But we are going to get damn close, if you ask me. There were already quite a few new members before these two humongous donations already, so wow. Well, if you just joined the show, welcome to Crazy Town, Amsterdam, Schiphol. The wind is slowing down ever so slightly. Hey, what is going on here? Let's see, all of a sudden I see I think my power supply has given out. Oh dear. Are you guys still hearing me? You can just about hear me. Well, apparently my power supply just gave out. And for some reason you guys are still hearing me, but I don't have any more video. The switcher gave out, and I think pretty soon the sound is also going to go. Yeah, this is something I cannot fix. My power supply that powers everything is empty, zero. It means that I cannot go on streaming any longer because there is no more way that I can show you the footage. Oh man, I hope you guys can still hear me enough so that I can at least say thank you to everybody for tuning in and hopefully see you again soon. But this is I'm surprised even that you guys are still hearing me. Power supply ran empty, which means that everything being powered by it is now running on batteries. The switcher can no longer do that, so that's why the footage is on black. I think you might be hearing me through the microphone of the laptop instead of via the microphones that are normally powered by everything. Yeah, this is just something that I did not foresee. I thought I had enough power, but this is the first, and this is going to be the last and only time this is going to happen to me. Thank you all so much for joining me here. I am sorry that it has to end on like this. Hopefully you guys can still hear me well enough to say big thank you to everybody for tuning in. I had great fun and I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as I have. I am looking forward to going out again pretty soon. I'm not sure yet when that is going to be. If the weather tomorrow allows me to go out, I will go out tomorrow, but otherwise it might be on Christmas, and if Christmas weather is also shitty, it might be after Christmas. It's all going to be very much weather dependent. So thank you all for joining. Big thanks to JD and Austrian Wolf for their humongous gifted membership amounts. That is just insane. Thank you two so much for that. Also, all the other gifted memberships, all the people who gifted memberships, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody who became a member on their own. Thanks for the super chats and the super stickers. You guys are the best. Evelyn, also, I hope you guys can still see this. Thank you for your super chat. Get yourself a coffee. I will do that. I hope that next time everything is going to work a-okay again. If I will not see you again before Christmas, Merry Christmas to you and yours. Be safe, enjoy the holidays. I hope to see you tomorrow, but if not, then hopefully sometime soon again. Thank you all for joining. If you like what you saw, don't forget to drop another like, and hopefully I will see you all again soon. Bye for now.